Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Authentic documented experiences, thoughtfully adapted for calm, sleep-friendly listening, truth preserved, atmosphere enhanced. Like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new releases. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then it plays clean. Literary horror narration for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. It happened in the spring of 1980, in a rural stretch of northern Idaho. I was 12. Our house sat near the edge of a forest line, backed by dense pine and birch, with one long gravel road curling through the trees to the next property over. The nearest neighbor was the Calloway family, maybe 3 football fields away if you cut through the clearing between the backyards. That's where I was headed that day. Just a quick walk to return a pair of gardening shears we'd borrowed. I remember it was a Wednesday afternoon. My mom handed me the shears and told me to be back before dinner. The sun was still high, warm on my neck, and the air had that early spring bite beneath the smell of thawing earth. I took the gravel road because I liked the crunch under my sneakers and the way it wound through the woods. I'd walked it dozens of times. There was no reason for anything to go wrong, but something did, about halfway down. I felt it before I saw it. The air got heavy, like the moment before a thunderstorm, except the sky was clear and sharp blue. I remember stopping because it felt like the sound had been sucked out of everything. No birds, no breeze, just the gravel under my shoes and the blood rushing in my ears. Then I saw it about 15 feet ahead, hovering over the road, a shimmer, like heat waves rising off pavement. Only more dense, more alive. It rippled vertical and slow, like a curtain breathing. I don't remember deciding to move, but I did. 1 second I was staring at the shimmer. The next I was standing in a room I'd never seen before. It was white. Floor, walls, ceiling. No seams, no corners. Just a soft brightness like the whole place was lit from within. I wasn't scared at first, just confused. The shears were gone, my shoes too. I was barefoot and still in my jeans and t-shirt, but everything else was stripped away. I looked around, turning in place. No doors, no windows, just a room with the kind of silence that presses on your skin. Then they appeared, a man and a woman. They looked like my parents. Same hair color, same height, even the clothes they'd worn that morning. But when they stepped closer, something was wrong. Their smiles were too still. Their eyes didn't blink. They moved like puppets on strings, smooth and out of sync with their words. They told me not to worry. They said I'd only be there a little while. Their voices didn't match their mouths. Delayed, flat, too smooth. I asked where I was and they didn't answer, just kept saying it wouldn't take long, that I was helping, that I'd be home soon. I didn't feel threatened, just watched. They asked me questions. Things no stranger should know to ask. What I dreamed about, what scared me most, what I'd do if I couldn't find my way home. At one point, the woman leaned down inches from my face and asked if I thought people ever really knew who they were talking to. Her breath smelled like nothing. I mean that literally. Not mint or food or even air, just a blankness. Time got strange. I remember thinking only a few minutes had passed. 10, maybe 15. I never sat down. I never ate or drank. The light never changed. They watched me the entire time, like they were waiting for something. Not my answers. Something behind them. Something else I couldn't see. Then everything blinked. That's the only word I have for it. One blink. Like when you shut your eyes on accident and open them again. I was in my bed. Dusk light through the window. My shoes at the footboard, the shears on the nightstand. My sheets pulled up like someone had tucked me in. I sat up too fast and nearly fell. My mom came rushing in, crying so hard she couldn't talk. Behind her, my dad looked pale and 10 years older. They clung to me like I'd been gone forever. And in their eyes, I guess I had. I was missing for 2 days. 48 hours, they'd called the police. searched the woods, checked the Callaways, even drained the pond behind their barn. A neighbor, old Mr. Hanley, told the sheriff he'd seen something on the road the day I vanished. A shimmer in the air. Just for a second, he thought it was his cataracts acting up, but I'd only been gone 10 minutes. I know that like I know my own name. I didn't sleep, I didn't eat, I wasn't cold or tired. I was just there, with them. The doctors said I was dehydrated, but otherwise fine. They asked a lot of questions I couldn't answer. I told them about the room, the copies of my parents, the questions. They chalked it up to shock, stress, hallucinations from exposure. But none of that fits, not when I never left my bed. Because here's the thing I didn't tell them. That room wasn't empty. Behind the walls I felt it. Something waiting. Something watching the watchers. Even the fake parents seemed afraid of it. And just before I came back, I saw them hesitate. The man looked past me, toward a wall that wasn't a wall, and frowned. Not with his mouth. His mouth was still smiling, but with his whole body like he was being told something he didn't agree with. They weren't in charge. That's what scared me later. Not that I'd been taken. Not even that no one believed me, but that whoever or whatever had me wasn't the one making decisions. I never walked that road again. My mom didn't let me out of her sight for months. I stopped sleeping with the light off. I kept a glass of water on my nightstand and checked the seams of my walls every night. And I never looked too long at heat waves. Never trusted a face that smiled too wide. I'm older now. I've read about other cases. People who vanish in plain sight, sometimes in front of witnesses. Kids who walk into the woods and come back days later, talking about strange rooms, bright lights, and voices that look like family but speak all wrong. They get chalked up to fantasy, made up stories, but I know better. Sometimes, when the afternoon light hits just right, I see a shimmer on the edge of the field behind my house. Just for a second, like a curtain fluttering. And I wonder if they're still watching, if they let me go, or if I was sent back with a purpose I don't understand. Maybe it wasn't even me that came back. Maybe it was something else wearing me. Like a coat. Smiling too wide. Saying the right words just a little too slow. Waiting for something. Waiting for someone to notice. I don't like talking about it, but every fall when the mushrooms start to come in, I think about that day. People go missing in the woods all the time, wandering off, getting lost, turning up days later cold but alive. But what happened to me in 2010 isn't something I can explain with maps or compasses or bad luck. I was foraging off an old trail near Big Cedar Creek, a place I'd hunted mushrooms for years. That morning was overcast, cool, the kind of crisp air that keeps the bugs down and makes your boots bite into the damp soil. I brought my dog Buck, half lab, half shepherd, strong as hell, smart as a whip. I always hiked with him. We had a rhythm. He'd sniff ahead. I'd scan the trunks, the moss, the dips near fallen logs for the familiar orange flickers of chanterelles or the firm white of a cauliflower mushroom. It was quiet out there. Not unusually so. Just the kind of hush you get when the air's heavy, and the birds haven't decided what kind of day it's going to be. The underbrush was thick but manageable, the kind that pulls a little at your jeans but gives way with a push. Around noon I found a nice patch just past a dry creek bed. Buck stayed close at first, tail wagging as I worked my knife through a few clusters. Then I looked up, and he was gone. I wasn't worried. Not right away. He wandered sometimes, especially if a deer had passed through recently. I called his name, listened, nothing. Still no panic. I whistled. The high two-tone one he always came running for. Still nothing. I gave it 15 minutes before I started really looking. I backtracked, circled, raised my voice. The forest gave me nothing in return. Just the wind moving slow through the upper branches, stirring dead leaves that hadn't yet fallen. After an hour, I started thinking maybe he'd gone all the way back to the truck. It wouldn't have been the first time. He wasn't there. I stayed until dark. Then I stayed through the dark. I built a small fire, half hoping the smell would bring him in. I didn't sleep, I barely sat. Every snap in the woods got my heart going, but nothing came. By morning, I had a direction. I'd hike toward the ranger's station, get some help, report the dog missing. Maybe someone had seen him. Maybe someone would see me. I didn't like the thought of leaving Buck out there, but I knew better than to let myself get turned around chasing shadows. I marked trees, took photos with my phone, kept the sun to my left, except the ranger station wasn't where it should have been. I knew the path, I knew every fork and bend, but I walked for hours and nothing looked right. The terrain felt off, slopes where there should have been flats, ridges I didn't recognize. By the second day, I had to admit I was lost. I had water, a lighter, a knife, some snacks. It wasn't ideal, but I'd done worse with less. I just needed to find the creek, or the old logging road that paralleled it. I knew the area too well to stay missing long. Then the woods started to feel wrong. It wasn't a sound or a smell, just an absence. No birds, no squirrels. Even the insects seemed hushed. I remember stopping, standing dead still, and realizing I could hear my own breathing like I was in a cave. I found boot prints once, not mine, too big, too wide a stride. They were headed north, same as I was, but when I followed them, they just stopped. No turnaround, no disturbance, like whoever made them had just ended. I kept moving. That night, I dreamed about Buck. In the dream, he was lying at the foot of my bed like always, but he was staring at me with wide, wet eyes, unblinking, not scared, not angry, just watching. When I woke up, I thought I heard panting behind me. I spun so fast I fell over. Nothing there. On the third day, I heard barking. It was distant at first, then louder, closer. I shouted, ran toward it, tripped, got up, ran again. I found him. He came out of the trees slow, like he wasn't sure it was really me. His ears were back, tail low. I knelt, held out my hands, and he came, licked my face, pressed into me. He was trembling. Then I saw the collar. It wasn't the one he'd left with. Buck had worn the same green nylon collar for 2 years. The one around his neck was brown leather, old and cracked, with tarnished brass fittings. No tags, just 3 notches carved into the leather, spaced evenly apart. It didn't make sense. Collars don't just swap themselves, and Buck wouldn't let a stranger close enough to take his, much less put on a new one. I checked him over. No wounds, no signs of a struggle, just that collar. He wouldn't leave my side after that. Slept curled up against me like he was guarding me from something. Every time a branch snapped or the wind shifted, his ears twitched and he'd growl low in his throat. On the 4th day, I found the creek, followed it downstream until I recognized a bend where I'd once pulled a snapping turtle out with a stick. From there it was easy. I found the trailhead, found my truck. Buck jumped into the back seat like he couldn't get out of those woods fast enough. I drove home, called off the search, told everyone I'd gotten turned around, camped it out. No one asked too many questions. Buck was safe, I was safe, for 3 days. Then the call came. A hiker had found a body in a tree, just off the trail near Big Cedar. 20 feet up, wedged in a tangle of branches like a rag doll, clothes torn, skin pale. It was me. That's what they told me. Anyway, my ID was in the wallet, my keys on the belt, my green nylon collar in the pocket of my jacket, the same one I'd strapped on Buck the morning we left. They asked me to come in, asked me to explain. I couldn't. The coroner ruled it natural causes. Exposure, probably. Maybe hypothermia, but that didn't explain the height. Didn't explain how a man my size ends up 20 feet up without broken bones, without a ladder, without a way. They let me go. No charges, no accusations, just long looks and a note in some file that I'm sure has the word unexplained circled more than once. Buck never quite went back to normal. He still followed me everywhere, but he wouldn't go near the woods again, not even the ones by our house. He'd stand at the edge, ears down, hackles raised, then turn away. A month later, he vanished from the backyard. Gate was still closed. No signs of digging. No fur on the fence. Just gone. I waited a week. Then I found the collar on my porch. The leather one. 3 notches. Still no tags. No buck. Sometimes I think about that other me. The one they found in the tree. I wonder if he saw something out there. If he ran. If he screamed. I wonder if he tried to climb. To get away. If whatever was out there let him fall before putting him back where no one could reach. I never went back. I still hear barking. Sometimes. Late at night when everything's quiet. It's faint, but close enough to know it's not from the neighbor's yard. Close enough to know it's coming from the tree line behind my house. I don't go look. I just lock the door, close the curtains, and tell myself it's the wind. They warned us about the place before we left base camp. 3 rangers sat us down in the warmth of a tin-sided shack, steam rising from chipped mugs as they traced their fingers over the topographic map. One of them, a wiry man with cracked lips and windburned cheeks, tapped a flat patch of white labeled simply Zone 6. His finger paused there. No compasses, no radios, no guarantees. That was the kind of talk that made most men nervous. But not Carl. He grinned when they said it. That kind of grin that didn't belong to someone in their 50s with 2 decades of hunting under his belt. The kind of grin you expect on a teenager breaking rules for the thrill of it. He'd spent his life tracking elk through windstorms and snowdrifts. I've been in worse, he muttered as we packed up, tying his gear with that deliberate quiet of a man who trusted his own 2 hands more than any tool. It was January 3rd, 1952. The kind of morning where the snow didn't fall. It hung there, suspended in the low gray sky like it had second thoughts. By 6:15 a.m. we were on our way in. Just the 2 of us, heading deep into the valley, moving toward where the trees thinned out into long bands of wind-scoured tundra. I stayed on the ridgeline while Carl veered into the flat. That was the plan. Spotter and shooter. We'd done it a dozen times before. My scope would catch movement long before he saw it, and I'd guide him with our shortwave radios, except this time the radios failed. Right as he stepped into that snowfield, static devoured his voice. I lifted my mic again and again. "Carl, you copy?" But the only thing that answered was a low whine, like wind caught in wires that weren't there. I watched through binoculars. His form grew smaller, a dark dot carving a line across a vast white canvas. He moved with confidence, boots planting a steady rhythm across the snow. Then he stopped, dead center of that snowfield. Tracks behind him, crisp and clear. But ahead of him, nothing. Carl turned once, scanning the tree line like he'd heard something. Then he took a knee. I saw his head tilt like he was listening. Then he was gone. 1 second he was kneeling. The next, nothing. No flurry of motion. No collapse. No second set of tracks leading away. Just a man in the middle of a white field, and then not. I sprinted down the ridge, slipping twice, tearing open my glove on a rock. When I reached the edge of the field, I stopped cold. His prints led straight out about 40 yards, and stopped. No scuffle, no disturbance, no signs of retreat or struggle. Just a perfect trail ending mid-stride. We called in search and rescue within the hour. They brought dogs. The dogs howled but wouldn't cross the line where the tracks ended. They sniffed, paced, whined, and backed off. A pilot from Anchorage flew overhead around 10 a.m., radioing in weather conditions. On his second pass, he circled back to report something odd. He'd seen a man, standing on top of a narrow rock spire nearly 1,000 feet above the valley floor. Said he matched Carl's description. Said he was standing perfectly still. Said he wasn't moving. I stared up at it. That black needle of volcanic rock stabbing out of the snow like a splinter from God's hand. I'd seen it before. Locals called it Devil's Tooth. No path to it, no ledges, no slope. Just sheer drop on all sides. Climbers from Juneau arrived by noon. They brought ropes. Carabiners, harnesses. Spent the better part of 4 hours figuring out how to rig a line across the gap. Finally, one went up, then the second. By sunset, both were back down. They found nothing. They found nothing. Fear told Soa. I pulled Soa to my wa. No footprints, no gear, no Carl. The wind was too strong for a helicopter to hover long enough to make visual contact. And even if it weren't, the top of that spire was no wider than a dinner table. We camped below it that night. A silent line of tents in the shadow of stone. The temperature dropped to -11 Fef. I didn't sleep. Just stared up at that spire, waiting. In the morning, we found something at the base. A strip of cloth. Torn, gray wool, the exact color of Carl's hunting jacket. It wasn't frozen in the snow. It was resting on top, untouched by wind or weather, like someone had laid it there the moment before we arrived. We tested the radios again. Nothing. Compasses still spun. By the third day, they called off the search. Official reports were filed. Disappearance under extreme weather conditions. Presumed fatal. But that wasn't true. We didn't find a body. We didn't find a trail. Just silence. A field with one set of prints. A spire no one could reach. And a pilot who swore he saw a man standing where no man should ever stand. I asked the rangers one more time as we packed up, "What's in Zone 6? One of them stared at the floor for a long time, then said, "It's not what's in it. It's what doesn't belong." I never hunted again after that. I didn't talk about it much either, but sometimes in winter, when the sky hangs low and the trees fall quiet, I think about that day, about how 1 minute Carl was there, and the next, he wasn't, and how for just a moment, someone saw him standing above the world, still as death, staring at nothing at all. The air was thick with humidity that afternoon, and the sun hung low but bright between the dense canopy overhead. We were about halfway through the trail that led to the waterfall, an hour or so left, maybe less if the group didn't dawdle. I remember watching my boots sink slightly into the moss-covered path, the mud gripping with each step. 20 of us in total, all from the same small-town hiking group, had met that morning at the ranger station. Some families, some couples, a few loners like me, all eager to take in the jungle's beauty. The girl Marina, 7 years old, was somewhere in the middle of the line. I wasn't walking near her. I think she was a few spots ahead, maybe behind. I don't remember exactly, but I do remember the moment when everything changed. There wasn't a scream, no rustle in the bushes, no sound of footsteps breaking away, just a short break in the line as someone up ahead called for a water break, and in the lazy shuffle of packs being set down and bottles uncapped, she was gone. Her mother, who'd been walking behind her, went still, not panicked at first, just that cautious tone parents take when they realize a kid's not within eyesight. She called Marina's name once, twice. The group shifted, peered around. There was nowhere to hide. The trail was narrow, boxed in by thick jungle growth. Ferns and vines tangled up on either side like a living wall. Then people started moving faster. Some ran ahead, thinking maybe she'd gone on alone. Others stepped off trail to peer into the underbrush. I stood still, just listening, waiting to hear a cry, a giggle, anything. But there was nothing. Not even birdsong, which had filled the air all morning, seemed to be gone now. We searched for hours. The forest seemed to grow denser with every passing minute. By dusk, the rangers were called in. When they arrived, they looked like they expected to find a kid who'd just wandered a few hundred feet off trail. That confidence faded fast. The sweep widened. More volunteers arrived, and a perimeter was marked. Still, nothing. That night, I barely slept. I'd gone back to my tent at the base camp near the trailhead. The air was too warm, the bugs too loud, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw that gap in the line where Marina should have been. Just a small child, swallowed up by the forest like smoke in the wind. They found her the next morning. I was there when the call came in. A ranger came jogging back to the staging area, sweat pouring off his face. eyes wide like he'd seen something he couldn't name. Said she'd been found in a cave, 3 miles off trail, over a ridge, past a dry riverbed. It didn't make sense. We all knew the area. That cave wasn't marked on any maps. And even if she had somehow wandered there was the problem of the entrance. Too narrow for any adult to squeeze through. They'd only noticed it because a search dog started barking madly at a limestone outcrop, pawing at a split in the stone. One of the smallest rangers, a woman barely 5 feet tall, had managed to inch her way in. Said she had to slide sideways for nearly 10 feet before the stone opened up into a hollow chamber. And there, in the middle of the cave, curled up on a bed of fresh green leaves, was Marina, alive, asleep, not just any leaves either. I remember the ranger's voice breaking as she tried to describe them. Bright green, thick-veined, almost waxy. Not from any plant known to grow in that region. They looked freshly picked, as though someone had placed them there deliberately. Not a single insect on them. When Marina was brought out, she didn't cry. She blinked against the sun, held onto the ranger's neck like she'd just woken from a nap in her own bed. No scratches, no bruises, not even dirt on her hands or feet. She didn't remember how she got there. Said she'd been walking. Then everything went quiet. Then she was sleepy. Then she was lying on the soft bed, and it smelled like peppermint. No one could explain it. 3 miles of dense, tangled forest. No trails leading to the cave. No broken branches. No footprints. And not a single person had seen her leave the line. It was like she'd been lifted out of the world and placed gently somewhere else. The cave's entrance was sealed the next day. Officially, it was for safety. Unstable rock, they said. But I think they just didn't want anyone going back in. I sure didn't. After that, the group fell apart. The hiking club disbanded. A few of us stayed in touch, mostly through quiet check-ins and awkward conversations that trailed off before they got too deep. Marina's family moved away within the year. No one blamed them. Sometimes I still hike, but never with groups, and never on that trail. I've gone back once, just once, years later. The forest had grown even thicker. The path was still there, but the air felt heavy, like the trees remembered. I stopped near the place where we'd lost her, closed my eyes, listened, and for a moment, I swear I heard breathing. Not mine, not human, slow, steady, waiting. I was the one who found him. It was mid-September 2008, just after the first snow had dusted the high ridgelines. I'd gone up alone into the San Juan Mountains, west of Lake City. That late in the season, I usually had the alpine trails to myself. I liked the silence, the way the wind whispered over the rock fields and through the twisted Krumholtz pines. I'd done this loop maybe 4 times before, off-trail, mostly scree and boulder hopping above 11,000 feet. Nothing grew up there but lichen and stubborn patches of moss. The sky felt closer than the ground. I didn't go looking for anything but solitude. Around noon, I crested a saddle between 2 jagged peaks and stopped for a drink. My legs were burning from the climb, and the cold air had that thin, dry quality that makes your lips crack. I took a swig from my water bladder and looked out across the boulder field below. It was a football field-sized stretch of house-sized rocks, broken sharp. No trail, just natural chaos. That's when I saw something that didn't belong. At first, I thought it was just a glint, sunlight catching mica or quartz, but it held the reflection too long. Something black, almost shiny, draped over a flat rock, maybe 30 yards down. I figured maybe someone had dropped gear. Sometimes climbers stashed stuff or got careless. I made my way over slowly, stepping from rock to rock, always testing each with my trekking pole. The wind was picking up, cold and biting. I crouched low when I got close. It wasn't gear. It was fabric. Fine fabric, black thick with a satin sheen. It looked like a formal jacket laid across the rock like someone had just taken it off. Underneath it, bones. Human bones. The rib cage had collapsed inward. The arms curled oddly, one scapula pushed up at an angle. The skull was tilted back, jaw slightly open, eye sockets full of shadow. I just stood there. My mouth went dry. I took a few photos with my phone, backed away carefully, and marked the spot on my GPS. Then I turned and headed straight back the way I came, making it to the trailhead by dusk. I didn't stop, didn't eat, just drove straight to the sheriff's office, trying to keep my hands from shaking the whole way. The next week, the Forest Service cordoned off the area, and a recovery team was flown in by chopper. I was asked to walk them back to the site, and I did, reluctantly. A forensic anthropologist was already on site when we arrived. He was older, heavy-set, with a blunt manner. He asked me if I'd touched anything. I told him no. He didn't say much, just started documenting and photographing. Over the next few weeks, things got stranger. The bones were identified within a month. Dental records. The name was Michael K. Harrowing, born 1944. Went missing in 1972, 36 years earlier. A backpacker who disappeared somewhere near Cinnamon Pass. No body ever found. No sign of foul play. Just one of those he went up and never came down cases. I looked up the original reports. He'd been wearing standard gear. Hiking boots, jeans, flannel, windbreaker. That was on record. What wasn't on record? The tuxedo. Because the skeleton I found, it wasn't in hiking clothes. He was wearing a full black tuxedo, minus the shoes. Tailored, expensive. There was even a white dress shirt under the jacket, stained with weather and time, but still clearly formal wear. None of it matched the era or the person. It didn't make sense. Who hikes in a tuxedo? Who dies on a boulder field and ends up changed like that? They found his original clothes too. About 10 feet away, under a different rock ledge, neatly folded. No wear, no drag marks, no animal interference. Pants, flannel shirt, even socks, all folded like someone was planning to put them back on. It made no sense. No one ever reported finding him alive in the years between. No missing time, no strange sightings. Just gone in 1972, found in 2008, wearing something that didn't belong to him. The investigators were careful with their language. No signs of trauma, no indications of foul play. Time of death inconclusive due to exposure, advanced skeletal decay, but they couldn't explain the clothing, or the position of the bones, or how his personal effects were preserved with such care. No scavenger touches, no weather damage on the folded clothes, like they'd been placed there yesterday. I kept checking the reports for weeks afterward. Nothing new. Eventually the case file was closed, listed as delayed recovery. But here's the part that sticks in my head. A few days after the site recovery, one of the junior deputies, Rodriguez, pulled me aside. He was pale, hands shaking like a smoker after a binge. He told me that during the collection, something had spooked one of the cadaver dogs. The dog had stopped cold near the folded clothes, then backed away, tail between its legs. Wouldn't go near it again. The handler said he'd never seen that reaction before. Rodriguez also said they found no insects. No nests, no moss or lichen growing on the tuxedo fabric, even though everything else up there was crusted with age. It was like the jacket had been placed that morning. I asked him what he thought it meant. And he didn't answer. He just shook his head and said, "I wouldn't go back up there, man. I really wouldn't. I didn't press." Over the years, I've thought about that day more times than I can count. Tried to come up with rational explanations. Maybe someone found the remains earlier and messed with them. Maybe a prank. Maybe it wasn't his tuxedo, and someone else had died there more recently. But that doesn't explain the match to his dental records. Doesn't explain the folded clothes. Doesn't explain the complete lack of footprints, drag marks, or any signs of recent human presence. I never went back. There are too many ways that mountains can keep secrets. Too many places a body can vanish. But clothes don't fold themselves. Tuxedos don't fall from the sky. And bones don't lie neatly in their final pose, dressed for a different life, under an open sky, 36 years after they were lost. It was early morning in the summer of 1967 when we realized Ranger William Hayes hadn't returned from his patrol. He was the kind of man you counted on, level-headed, ex-Army, knew every inch of Bitterroot National Forest like he was born under the pines. The sky had just started to lighten with that soft gray-blue haze that creeps over the treetops, when dispatch radioed and that bill hadn't checked back at the usual hour. No one panicked at first. Rangers missed check-ins sometimes, busted radios longer routes, but something gnawed at me. I'd known Bill for 5 years. He didn't miss things. His horse came back the next day. It was tethered to a sugar pine along Trail 6, standing quiet and still, like it had been waiting for someone to return. Saddle was still snug, pack intact, rifle holster empty. No blood, no sign of a struggle, just nothing. That part always stayed with me, the emptiness around it, like the forest had pressed pause. I was part of the first team sent to sweep the area. When we got there, I walked slow, eyes scanning ground and branches. Bill's service revolver lay 5 feet from the trail. Grip up, 2 rounds fired, no shell casings nearby, which meant he hadn't been in a firefight. He'd fired into the air. A distress signal. He'd needed help, but he never got it. We spent 10 days scouring that stretch of forest. Dogs, helicopters, hundreds of boots on the ground. We ran grid after grid. I remember kneeling beside a creek, splashing water on my face, and hearing one of the searchers yell. My heart jumped. I thought we'd found him. It was just a footprint, partial, deep, like someone had been running. But the odd thing, it pointed toward a steep ridge no one ever used. Too dense and slick. Even deer avoided it. Bill would have known better. Every day after that, the forest felt different. Thicker, heavier. I've worked in those woods since I was 22, and I've never felt anything like that week. Radios would cut out even when we were inside of each other. One of the dogs, a big black lab trained for search and rescue, refused to enter a certain gully, just sat at the edge and whined until its handler gave up. We brought in the Forest Service, even asked help from the Air Force, thinking maybe Bill had stumbled across something he shouldn't have. Illegal grow, maybe. But nothing ever surfaced. One night, about a week into the search, I camped alone near where we'd found his horse. I'd volunteered to stay back, hoping maybe he was hurt and trying to get back. Sometime after midnight, I heard movement outside my tent. Not fast, steady, deliberate. I called out. No answer. Then the snapping stopped. I unzipped the tent with my flashlight ready. Nothing but trees. Then I saw the footprints. Not Bill's. Bare feet. Human, but wide. Big. The track started 10 feet from my tent and stopped 5 feet away. No entry path, no exit. Just there. Like something had appeared, waited, then vanished. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. The official report says Bill disappeared on patrol. His pistol fired. His horse recovered. No evidence of foul play. No remains. Case closed. But we never stopped looking. Even 5, 10, 20 years later, rangers would talk about him. His wife moved out of state 2 years after. Said she couldn't stand the sound of wind through pine anymore. Reminded her too much of those weeks. In 1983, I went back to Trail 6 on a quiet afternoon, just to walk it. I don't know why. Habit, maybe. I stopped near that sugar pine. The rope marks were still faintly there on the bark where the horse had been tied. That same hush hung in the air. You know how forests have a rhythm. Birds chirping, branches creaking. This stretch had none of that. Just stillness. That's when I noticed something strange. Moss grown around a shape on the ground. Rectangular. I kicked it gently. It was an old radio. Government issue. Scratched to hell but unmistakable. I turned it over. There was a tiny metal tag on the side. Nearly rusted off. LBHB. I didn't turn it in. Just slid it into my bag and walked out. My skin crawling the whole way back. I still have it. They never found Bill's body. Not a tooth. Not a scrap of clothing. Nothing. Some say he got turned around. Hurt. Fell into a ravine. But we'd have found something. His belt buckle, his badge, bones, he just vanished. I kept working those woods another 20 years, but I never walked Trail 6 alone again. Not once. Some nights, when the fog creeps in and the pines moan low, I think about the footprints near my tent, the way they just stopped. I think about the way that horse stood so still, like it had been dismissed. I think about the 2 rounds fired into the air and how no one heard them. And I wonder if Bill saw something that morning. Something that shouldn't be there. Something that wanted him quiet. The forest doesn't take people. Not like that. Except when it does. It started the way most evenings did. I was sitting on the porch of my farmhouse, watching the sun settle behind the hills. My dogs, Buck and Dolly, flanked me like always, one on either side. The mosquitoes had just begun to stir, and I remember slapping one off my forearm when I heard a strange whine. Not from the bugs, but from Buck. A low, drawn-out sound. Nervous, I looked down at him. His ears were back, tail tucked, eyes darting at the tray line. Dolly stiffened too. I scanned the woods but saw nothing, just shadows and branches twitching in the breeze. It wasn't windy, but it felt like the air shifted, thickened. Something in it made the back of my neck prickle. I leaned forward to stand, and that's the last clear thing I remember. When I opened my eyes, I was face down in water. Swamp muck filled my nose and mouth. I coughed and retched, lifting myself with arms that felt like wet rope. The light told me it was early morning, mist still crawling low. Every part of me ached, especially my feet. They were raw and bare, caked in mud, and freezing. I sat up slowly. All I could see was water, reeds and trees draped in moss. I didn't recognize the place. No familiar rocks or fences, no trails, just swamp. I called out. No one answered. My voice came back to me, weak and hollow. I tried to stand and fell right back down. I was dizzy, shaking, and scared. Something wasn't right in my head, like time had skipped a beat. Eventually, I dragged myself to a patch of drier ground. I sat there for hours, listening to the insects, trying to piece together how I got there. I didn't remember walking. I didn't remember anything between that porch and the mud. There was no dream, no struggle, no nothing, when they found me 4 days later. I'd scraped together a crude shelter with broken branches and a trash bag I'd found snagged on a limb. I hadn't eaten, barely drank. I don't remember hearing the searchers until the dogs barked. They'd brought in canines. I tried to stand again, and this time I stayed up long enough to wave. I must have looked like a ghost. They wrapped me in a blanket, gave me water, and called in a chopper. I was 10 miles from home. 10 miles of thick forest and hills. I couldn't have walked it, not without boots, not without remembering it. That's when they told me the strange part. My house was locked. The front door, the side door, both bolted from the outside. Buck and Dolly were inside, curled up together on the kitchen floor, whining and scratching at the door when the neighbors came to check. The lights were off, TV still running, but the most bizarre part, my boots were on the roof, not kicked up there or tossed, placed side by side, no ladder marks, no scuffs on the siding, just boots, dry as a bone, sitting on the shingles above my bedroom. I didn't tell anyone what I remembered at first, not even the cops. What could I say? I had no story to give them. 1 second I was on my porch, the next I was in a swamp, but at night after they sent me home, I kept seeing flashes, not visions exactly, more like the memory of a feeling, the porch disappearing from under me, a lifting sensation, my arms and legs gone light, the kind of feeling you get when you go weightless on a swing except longer, sustained, directionless. I had told my daughter the truth. She asked how I ended up 10 miles away, barefoot and dazed. I told her I'd been floated. She laughed at first, thought I was being dramatic, but I wasn't joking. I wasn't confused. I was calm when I said it. I was floated there. No footsteps, no path through bramble, no scratches on my skin from brush or thorns. Just gone one place, and then somewhere else. The sheriff came by the day after I got back. He was kind but firm, wanted me to walk through the timeline. I told him the same. I was on my porch. Then I woke up in a swamp. That was it. He asked if I'd been drinking. I hadn't touched a drop. He asked if I'd taken any medication. I hadn't. I offered to take a test. Blood, urine, whatever he needed. He waved it off, said I looked healthy, just rattled. Then he brought up the boots. I didn't have an answer. I still don't. I couldn't have put them up there. I couldn't have locked myself out and placed 2 dogs in a sealed house. There was no sign of forced entry or tampering. No footprints near the porch. Just nothing. The local news wanted a piece of it, called it a survival miracle. I didn't want to talk to them. They'd twist it, sensationalize it, they always do. But a neighbor friend of mine, Dave, told me something that gave me chills. He said the night I disappeared. He was out late fixing his generator. Around 9 p.m. He swears he saw lights, 3 of them floating above the trees near my property. Not plane lights, not a drone. These were slow, soft-glowing orbs drifting just above the canopy. He thought maybe it was a private chopper, but he didn't hear any blades. He didn't mention it to anyone until after I was found. Said he didn't want to sound crazy, but the timing fit. Still, I didn't see any lights. I didn't hear a thing. No hum, no buzz, no wind displacement. Just a moment of stillness, and then water. I tried to go back to the porch a week later. Sat there with the dogs. Same time of evening. Same chair. But I couldn't do it. Something in my chest tightened and I had to go back inside. Buck wouldn't stop pacing. Dolly barked at nothing for a full minute. Hackles raised. I haven't sat out there since. Sometimes I wonder if something was looking at me that night. Something I couldn't see. Something that chose me. Maybe at random, maybe not. It didn't hurt me. It didn't even speak. It just moved me. Like a piece on a board. I've stopped trying to make sense of it. There's no sense to be made. It happened. I was there. And now I'm back. But I don't feel the same. I still wake up thinking I'm in the swamp. Cold mud pulling at my skin. I still listen for sounds in the sky. Especially when the sun sets and the dogs get quiet. And I never go barefoot anymore. I keep those boots. Still got the mud from the roof on them. Never cleaned it off. They sit by the back door, untouched, like a reminder. Not of fear exactly, but of a line that got crossed. A threshold I didn't mean to step through, or be pulled through. Whatever it was, it knew what it was doing. It knew how to open a locked house, how to lift a man without a sound, how to leave behind just enough to make people question everything without proving anything. And it knew how to put me back, not quite whole, but alive. That's the part that sticks with me the most. It brought me back. We were halfway up the old Crestline Trail when Mark decided to push ahead. It was early October, and the mountain air still clung to the last warmth of summer, though the leaves had already begun to turn. Reds and oranges flecked the tree line like scattered embers. Mark was always the restless one in our group. Tall, lean, a little too competitive. That day, it was just the 3 of us. Me, Greg, and Mark, college buddies from UC Santa Cruz, chasing the last days of our mid-semester break with a hike before heading back to classes. We weren't far from the summit, maybe an hour left at most. The trail curved around a steep ridge, with intermittent breaks in the trees revealing vast, hazy views of the forested valley below. Mark had a new 35mm camera slung around his neck and kept stopping to snap photos of birds or the way the light hit the leaves. He was in good spirits, joking about being Bear Grylls before Bear Grylls, and he took off at a jog around a bend, calling back that he'd scout the next half mile. We didn't think much of it. He'd done that before on hikes. He liked the feeling of breaking the trail. Greg and I were content to take it slower, drinking from our canteens and pointing out possible camping spots off the side of the trail. 10 minutes passed, then 20. The bend Mark had disappeared around wasn't far, but the trail there narrowed between 2 large boulders. and the undergrowth grew thick past that point. We called his name. No answer. It wasn't panic yet, just confusion. I figured he'd gone off trail for a better view. Maybe climb down to check out a deer track or snap a picture from a different angle. After a few more minutes, we left our packs and walked up to where he disappeared. Past the boulders, the trail veered sharply downhill into a denser patch of woods. The temperature seemed to drop as we entered the shadow of the ridge. Something about the air changed too. Quieter, like the forest was holding its breath. We kept calling for him. Still nothing. We found the camera on a flat, moss-covered rock about 10 feet off the trail. It was facing east, toward a break in the trees where you could see the whole valley stretch out for miles. The strap was coiled beside it like he'd set it down carefully. No footprints in the soft earth nearby. No signs of a scuffle or a fall. Greg picked up the camera. Maybe he left it to come back for, but that made no sense. Mark never let that thing out of his sight. He'd bought it with money saved from 2 months working at a hardware store. Talked about it nonstop for a week. We flipped through the photos, still loaded in the roll. Birds, trees, a weird low shot of a mushroom cluster. Then the last one. I can still see it. The image was blurry. Maybe the camera was jostled or he moved suddenly while taking it, but it clearly showed something dark in the trees. A shape, humanoid, but too large, too misshapen. No real detail, just a bulk in the shadows behind the trunks. I remember thinking it looked like someone in a thick coat crouching, but the proportions were wrong. Off. We stood there a long time, staring at that last photo, neither of us saying what we were thinking. We searched until dusk, looping wider and wider through the woods, calling Mark's name until our voices gave out. No response. No broken branches. No boot prints. Just the sound of wind in the trees and the occasional rustle of squirrels in the leaves. When we made it back to the trailhead at sunset, we flagged down a ranger who was locking the visitor center. Within an hour, a formal search was organized. Over the next 3 days, dozens of volunteers, dogs, and a couple of helicopters combed the ridge. They found nothing. Not Mark's backpack, not his jacket, not even a gum wrapper. The only thing they had was the camera, and that final photo. It made the rounds quietly among the SAR teens. Nobody said it out loud, but I heard the hushed conversations when they thought I wasn't listening. The photo disturbed them. Not because it showed anything clearly, but because of what it didn't show. There was no context, no clarity, just that dark mass. Some thought it was a trick of light, pareidolia. Others weren't so sure. I kept thinking about the way the strap was laid beside the camera, like it had been placed, not dropped, and about how Mark had always run ahead before, but never this far. Never without a sound. After a week, the search was scaled back. By then, the story had already made the local paper. College student vanishes on Crestline Trail. They interviewed me and Greg, printed a grainy copy of the dark photo, though they cropped it so you couldn't really see the shape. The official explanation was that he'd gotten lost, maybe fallen into a ravine or been taken by wildlife, but nothing in that area suggested a fall, and no large predator sightings had been reported for years. Greg dropped out of school the next semester, said he couldn't focus anymore. I tried to keep going to finish the year, but I found myself staring at the backs of classrooms or pausing halfway down a sidewalk, remembering the way the trees looked that day. Remembering that silence. About a year later, Mark's parents reached out to me. They wanted closure. I met them at their home in Livermore. His mother asked if I still had the camera. I did. I hadn't used it since. I brought it with me, the photo roll still inside. His father took it into his study, said he wanted to see if he could get the negatives developed again, maybe clearer. But when he returned, he looked pale. He didn't say much, just thanked me. His mother gave me a hug. She was shaking. I never heard from them again. Sometimes I go back to Crestline, not to hike, just to sit in the parking lot at the base of the trail, watching the tree line. The forest looks the same, peaceful, empty, but I know that somewhere out there, Mark still lingers, not alive, maybe not even whole, but present in the way certain places carry echoes. And I still remember the photo, The way that dark shapes seemed to notice the camera, the way it seemed to lean forward just slightly, as if it knew it was being watched. It was early August of 1991, and the morning air still held that damp coolness that clung to your clothes before the sun burned it off. I remember the feel of it, how the dew slicked the tall grass, and the way the low hum of insects carried under the rustle of the brush. My wife Linda had woken up before me, already moving about the cabin we kept near the edge of the marsh. Berry season had always been her favorite. She used to say nothing beat a handful of fresh blueberries, still warm from the sun, eaten straight off the bush. I never argued. We'd picked this patch for years. Locals knew it as Thistle Binless, for the thistles, which weren't particularly bad, and more because the winding game trail cut through the marsh in a crooked curve that made it easy to remember. It was about a 20-minute walk from the cabin, through low brush and a few birch stands, and we usually hit the edge of the patch by 9. That day we got there just after 8. Linda was already halfway down the trail ahead of me, her old canvas bucket swinging from one arm, her back ramrod straight like always. She wasn't one to dawdle. I caught up eventually, just in time to watch her veer right toward a little pocket of scrub we knew always bore heavy. We split up as usual, not more than 30 or 35 feet apart. We could still see each other through the gaps in the brush. I bent low over a cluster of berries, pulling them gently off the stem, flicking the overripe ones aside. I remember the exact rhythm: pluck, drop, shift, repeat. Every minute or so I'd glance up, catch sight of her hat or the rustle of her sleeve. She hummed sometimes when she picked, though I don't think she realized it. I remember smiling when I caught the tail end of a tune I couldn't name. Then it just stopped. No hum, no movement, no sound. I stood up fully, turned toward where I'd last seen her. Nothing. The brush wasn't that thick, we'd been closer than shouting distance. I called out, asking if she'd moved deeper in, maybe following a new trail. No answer. Just that slow insect buzz and the sighing marsh grass. I moved toward where she'd been, calling again. The bucket was sitting upright beside a bush, nearly full, not a berry spilled. Her hat was gone, but there was no sign of a struggle. The dirt was undisturbed. I remember crouching down, touching the rim of the bucket. It felt warm. Panic doesn't hit you all at once. It rises in stages, like water from a leaking pipe. At first I thought maybe she'd gone to relieve herself, or seen a deer maybe, and followed it. I shouted louder, circled out further. Still nothing. I ran the trail twice, then back to the cabin, hoping, praying she'd gone home for some reason I couldn't figure. The porch was empty. Her boots still sat by the door. By 10:30, I called the local sheriff. Search teams came fast. Locals, deputies, even a few folks from the next county over. Dogs, helicopters, the works. Everyone combed that patch for days. They found the bucket every time, sitting there like a marker, but no sign of Linda. No footprints, no clothing. Not even a snapped branch to suggest which way she'd gone. There was a pond nearby. Shallow thing, no more than 30 yards across at its widest. We all knew it well. You could walk through parts of it without the water hitting your knees. It had a soft bottom, mucky but not treacherous, and it was the first place the divers checked. They went through it daily during that first week, wading, probing, even draining part of it after a few days. Nothing. I stopped sleeping. My mind wouldn't shut off. I kept seeing her there. One moment just 30 feet from me, then gone. It didn't make sense. People don't vanish in front of you without a trace. Not like that. Not with no sound, no sign, no reason. Weeks passed. The official search was called off after 10 days. I kept going back out every morning. I'd walk the patch, call her name, check the same spots over and over. Sometimes I sat by the bucket for hours, just staring into the brush. 23 days after she vanished, I was home when a deputy pulled up. He didn't come inside, just stood by his cruiser, hat in hand, told me they'd found her, in the pond. Same one we'd all walked through. Same one the divers had cleared again and again. She was there, floating near the far edge, curled slightly like she'd just lain down and never got up again. I asked him, flat out, how could they miss her? How could someone appear in a place that had been checked every single day for a week? He didn't have an answer. The coroner ruled it an accidental drowning, said maybe she slipped, hit her head, ended up in the water, but the divers didn't buy it. I'd spoken to a few of them personally during the search. They knew every inch of that pond. One even swore he'd waited the exact spot they found her, 3 separate times. I went there later that day. The water was still and brown, choked with reeds near the edge. I stood where they said she'd been found, and looked down at my reflection. I couldn't picture her there. It didn't fit. It was like someone had placed her there after the fact. The thing that still gnaws at me is the bucket. It wasn't knocked over. No berries spilled. If she'd tripped or been taken suddenly ill, she'd have dropped it. There'd have been a struggle, something. But it sat there, full and untouched, in the pond. It wasn't deep enough to hide a body for 3 weeks. Not in August. Not with that many eyes on it. Some nights I dream of walking through that patch again. The brush parts just enough for me to see her shape disappearing into the mist, just out of reach. I try to run, but my legs move like they're sunk in mud. I call out, but no sound comes. The humming returns, faint and low, threading through the trees, and when I wake the sound is still there. For a moment, like it's coming from just outside the window. They buried her near the church she used to attend. Small headstone, simple engraving. I go there sometimes, though not as often as I used to. I still don't understand what happened. I've stopped trying. Sometimes things just don't make sense. Sometimes people go where we can't follow. We got to the site around 4:30 that evening. It was supposed to be a simple weekend, just me and my son Mark. The air was damp, a thick curtain of clouds already threatening rain, but I figured we had time to set up before it really came down. We were deep in the mountains outside Array, Colorado, tucked into one of those forested spots that look untouched for 100 years. Pines towered all around, and the cliffs loomed not far off. It wasn't a place most people would stumble on. I liked that. Mark was 3, full of that boundless energy that made him impossible to contain, and yet somehow easier to track. You always heard him first. He was laughing and rolling a toy truck through the dirt while I gathered firewood. He was no more than 20 feet from me. I kept glancing back, each time seeing that bright red jacket streaked with dust, that blonde head bobbing as he made engine noises to himself. He never even wandered to the trees. He was right there. I turned away for maybe half a minute, bent to grab some kindling under a log, something damp but dry enough to catch. I don't think I even stood up before it went quiet, that kind of silence. It doesn't belong in the woods. Not at dusk. You don't realize how much background life there is until it's gone. I called his name. Nothing. I ran to where he had been. Just his little truck half buried in the soft dirt, still warm from the press of his hand. I ran in a fast widening circle, then a frantic zigzag. There was no cry, no trail. The ground wasn't even torn up, and the trees weren't rustling like he'd run through them. It was like he'd been scooped off the earth. Right then, the sky cracked open, rain hitting a wall. Lightning ripped sideways across the ridge. Thunder pounding so close it felt like something was inside the clouds screaming to get out. I yelled until my throat hurt. I called for help on the radio, then screamed some more. The storm didn't care. By the time search and rescue reached us the next morning, the woods had turned to soup. The campsite was a swamp, runoff dragging leaves and debris in thick streaks across every slope. There were 40 volunteers by noon. Dogs, ATVs, even a chopper once the clouds lifted. Nobody could figure how a child could have moved fast or far in that mess. They started with the perimeter, anywhere he might have fallen. The cliffside to the east was steep and rocky, a 500-foot wall with no safe path up or down. Nobody believed a 3-year-old could have gotten within 50 feet of it without falling. By the second day, I wasn't sleeping. I sat in the rescue tent soaking wet, watching them trudge back in again and again empty-handed. I kept thinking, I only looked away for seconds. I kept seeing the truck, still warm. Then came the call. They'd found him. Alive. At the summit. It made no sense. The top of that cliff wasn't just high. It was nearly vertical. No trail, no ledge, no switchback. Just wet rock, mud-slick brush, and sheer drops. A man in climbing gear would have taken hours to reach it if he didn't fall. The rescuers didn't believe it either. They thought maybe the dogs had it wrong. But when they scrambled up, soaked and winded, there he was, sitting cross-legged like he'd been waiting. Mark didn't speak much when they brought him down. He looked tired, confused, but calm. That's what spooked me most. How calm he was. No panic, no crying. Just looked at the world like it was all new, and he wasn't sure what to do with it. He was clean. Not a spot of mud. His shoes were dry. His red jacket had no tears, no dirt. His hair wasn't tangled, and his socks weren't even wet. They'd been searching for 48 hours in a thunderstorm that turned the whole slope into a mudslide, and somehow he came out of it like he'd been indoors the whole time. The medics were baffled. No hypothermia, no scratches, no bruises, not even hungry. He just blinked at them and asked if he could go home now. They asked him questions over and over. Did someone carry you? Did you fall? Did you climb? Where did you sleep? He shrugged, said a man helped him. Then he said nothing else. They asked again, what kind of man? What did he look like? Did he carry you up the cliff? Mark shook his head. He didn't walk, he said once. When they pressed, he wouldn't answer more. The doctors ran every test they could think of. Nothing was wrong. Not physically, but he wouldn't say much for days. When I tucked him in the night we got back, he whispered, he's still up there. I asked him who. He rolled to face the wall. We didn't talk about it after that. For years, I tried to forget. I moved us downstate, switched jobs, got rid of the camping gear, but it never left me. Not the silence before the rain, not the look on Mark's face when they brought him down, not the way his jacket should have been soaked and torn, and instead looked like it had just come off a hanger, and not what I saw a few weeks later when I finally went back. I needed closure, needed to see it for myself. I waited for clear skies and hiked back in alone. I brought the same path the rescuers had used. I climbed, careful, slow. Near the top, the ridge narrowed into a ledge barely wide enough for a person to sit. That's where they said they found him. There were no tracks, nothing disturbed, but nestled in the rock was something I hadn't expected. A toy truck. His truck. The one he'd dropped at the campsite. It was dry, clean. I picked it up, turned it over in my hand. Still had the sticker on the bottom. No smears, no grit. I stood there a long time. Then the wind picked up, and I swear to you, just below the edge, I heard something move. Not an animal, not the wind, like a whisper being pulled back down into the trees. I backed down slowly, truck in hand, heart pounding like it was that first night all over again. I never told Mark. He's grown now, barely remembers that trip, says it feels like a dream. I don't correct him, but I keep the truck on a shelf in my garage, right where I can see it, just to remind myself what's possible out there. The wind in the canyon that day had a strange sort of rhythm to it, like the breath of something watching, holding still between gusts, then exhaling just long enough to make the mesquites rattle and the grit shift underfoot. I remember the moment I stepped over the edge of that plateau into the narrowing walls of the desert slot, and how the silence that followed felt heavier than the heat. That was 1934. My name is Harold Nemo, though no one ever called me that. Just Nemo, the way a man picks a name to walk away from the world. I'd been drifting west since spring, painting for pay when it came, and for myself when it didn't. I kept a mule and a burro, both aging but steady, with just enough left in them to carry gear, canvas, and the few supplies I didn't burn through each week. I followed dry creek beds and half-used cattle trails through the backlands of Utah, chasing formations of rock and shadow. A rancher and bluff pointed me toward the canyons beyond Muley Point, "Real lonely out there," he said. "No one will bother you." That's what I wanted. I made camp at the mouth of a narrow gorge, 2 days' ride from the last homestead. The place had a natural stone arch nearby, thin as a rib bone, and towering cliffs that blushed red and orange at dusk. I'd planned on 3 days to sketch and paint before moving on. The animals were hobbled and watered. The canvas was stretched and pinned to a frame lashed between cedar trunks. That first evening, I got half a sketch down before the light turned. There was nothing strange yet. The second day, I ventured deeper into the slot canyon, carrying a satchel with pencils, charcoal, and my notebook. The walls here pressed close, shoulder width in some places, and the sun barely reached the sand below. The floor twisted and dipped, like the path had been carved by something coiling and burrowing rather than running water. I walked in silence for a good hour, marking the turns with tiny cairns, stopping to sketch where the light shafted through high crevices. It was there that I noticed the footprints, not mine, scuffed faintly into the dusty stone. They weren't fresh, not quite, but recent enough to catch the eye. They were bare, human-looking, and headed the same way I was going. I followed them without thinking much about it at first, assuming some other wanderer had passed through. But the tracks didn't turn around. They just continued, and then stopped. Cleanly. No return path, no trail beyond where they ended. Just bare stone, smooth and unbroken, as though the person had vanished mid-stride. I crouched there a while, fingers on the last footprint trying to reason it out. Maybe the wind had erased the rest, though it hadn't touched the ones I was looking at. Maybe the canyon curved again and I'd missed a branch. But I'd seen the stone ahead. There was nowhere left to go. It was a dead end. When I returned to camp that evening, I noticed the animals were restless. The mule brayed low and refused water. The burro kept facing the canyon mouth, ears twitching. I set my gear down, and that's when I found the first mark on the rock near the fire pit. Small, carved deep, a crude spiral. I hadn't made it. It hadn't been there the day before. I slept with my revolver under my blanket that night. Day 3. I didn't go back into the canyon. I stayed near camp, painting in silence. But the light felt wrong. Colors didn't sit the way they usually did. The canvas stayed muddy no matter how I mixed the ochres. Around noon, a wind came up hard, sudden and scalding, flinging grit into my face and tearing loose the tarp from my gear pile. The animals screamed then, not cried, screamed, and I had to cut their hobbles to calm them. They bolted a few yards before stopping, shaking, and huddled against each other like lambs. It wasn't just the wind. The spiral had been joined by another shape, something like a stick figure drawn jagged, arms raised, carved where I'd sat that morning. I didn't sleep that night. By dawn, I'd made up my mind to leave. I repacked the supplies, rehitched the animals, and prepared to move out. But I didn't. I stood there looking at the canyon again. Something in me said I needed to understand that if I left now, whatever had started in that slot would follow. So I unhooked the packs, let the animals go, and walked in with only my notebook and a canteen. There was no fear in me then, just a quiet sort of certainty that I wouldn't be coming back. The air grew cooler the deeper I went. Light thinned. The footprints were gone. Erased this time. Not just ended, but I remembered the place where they had stopped. I stood there now, staring at the same bare slab of stone, and waited, and then I did the only thing that made sense in the moment. I carved my name into the wall. Not my real name, just what they called me, Nemo. I carved it deep, slow, one letter at a time, until the stone bit my fingers and the dust clung to my lips. Then I walked to the end of the canyon, stood where the footprints had ended, and stepped forward. There was nothing underfoot, no sensation of falling, just absence. They found the animals days later, still tied up, nearly dead. No sign of me, no struggle, no blood, just the gear, the camp, and the carved message. Nemo 1934. Some say I planned it, that I wanted to disappear. Others claim I lost my mind in the heat, wandered into the brush, and died like so many nameless bones beneath the cliffs. But they didn't see what I saw. They didn't hear the rhythm in the wind, or the way the canyon seemed to breathe. They don't know how the stone can open when it wants to, or how it watches you in return. I left the world that day, not to die, but to step outside of it, into whatever waits behind the ending of footprints. I've hunted these woods for over 30 years. They were familiar the way an old house is. Each ridge, each creek bend, each sudden hush in the wind marked and memorized. I knew how they changed with the seasons, how the deer trails carved new lines through the undergrowth, how the fallen leaves muffled your steps just enough to get close before the buck twitched his ear. But nothing prepares you for when the woods start watching you back. In October 2012, I took a drive out to our old lease in the Appalachians. 62, retired law enforcement, plenty of free time, and the kind of restlessness that creeps in once you're off the beat for good. My wife told me to be home by dinner. I told her I'd be back before dark, as I always had been. The morning was crisp, the kind of cool that made you tighten your coat around your ribs. I parked the truck at the base of the old logging road, slid on my orange vest, slung my rifle over my shoulder, and locked the doors behind me. GPS said I had 4 hours of daylight. That was more than enough. I followed a winding path toward a ridgeline I favored in autumn, where the deer liked to bed down before first frost. Leaves shifted under my boots. Birds quieted as I passed. The sky was that pale, filtered gray that made it hard to tell if it was late afternoon or early evening. 2 miles in, I stopped to rest. I remember that moment vividly. I set my rifle down on a mossy stump, folded my vest neatly beside it, and breathed in the damp, earthy air. There was no sound, just the kind of silence that's so complete it presses against your eardrums. Not a squirrel, not a gust of wind, not even a distant plane overhead. Then I walked off without my gear. That's the part that haunts people. That's what the sheriff circled back to when they found my rifle and vest. Why would he leave them, he asked my wife. He was an ex-cop, he knew better. But there they were, perfectly arranged on that stump, like someone had pressed pause in the middle of a story. They searched for weeks. Hundreds of volunteers, dogs, helicopters. They combed every ravine, every creek bed, every gully. The place I disappeared was mapped out in gridded detail, marked in fluorescent tape and GPS pins. They found boot prints, mine, confirmed by size and tread, leading away from the stump and down a slope. Then, nothing. As if I'd stepped into fog and just kept going. My wife wouldn't give up. Every fall, she returned to that parking area with our son. They'd hike the perimeter, call my name, leave bright markers at the trailheads. She even got the local news to run a piece on the anniversary. Retired officer disappears in woods. The headline read, "No foul play suspected," but what else could it have been? 3 years later, in 2015, during an unusually dry autumn, a forestry crew flagged down the sheriff. They'd been surveying land for controlled burns when one of the younger guys stumbled down into a narrow ravine. In the crook of a boulder and a pine root, he found what he thought was a bear skeleton. It wasn't. My remains were wedged in a spot so shallow and exposed that it should have been visible from 20 feet away. It was near a deer trail, one of the same ones used by the original search teams. The area had been cleared, marked, even documented, but somehow no one had seen me. The coroner said the body was too decomposed to determine cause of death. No trauma, no broken bones, no signs of an animal attack. I'd simply expired. They brought my things back to my wife in a brown paper bag. A watch, some bone fragments, part of a boot heel. No rifle, no vest. Those had long been collected. Nothing else. Just the official death certificate and an apology. I try to remember what happened after I walked away from the stump. It plays like flickers of film with missing frames. I remember the curve of a deer trail under shadow, the sharp edge of frost forming on a fern, a sudden coldness that seemed to radiate from the soil itself. I remember a noise, maybe, something like a voice calling through a mouthful of water. The woods don't make mistakes. They don't hide things by accident. You think you know them? Think you can read them like a map. But there are places where even the most seasoned trekker finds nothing but vanishing points. My son walked the path again after they found me. He tried to understand how someone like me, someone who taught him how to find his bearings using moss and sun angle, could go missing less than 3 miles from his truck. He sat on that same stump, held the indentation of the rifle stock in his palm, and stared into the trees for an answer. But the woods don't give answers, only stories, and some of them don't end properly. You start out sure of your surroundings. Then, a step at a time, you notice things don't align. The terrain folds wrong, the wind carries echoes instead of sound. You reach for your weapon and find your hands empty. You try to turn back and find the trail is gone. Not overgrown, gone. I wasn't running. There were no signs of panic, no scratches from scrambling through brush. It was a clean walk into nothing. Even now I can see that spot, the stump, the clearing, the subtle pull of something at the edge of vision. Always just around the bend. I didn't hear laughter or whispering, or the crunch of footsteps behind me. That would have been easy to fight, easy to blame. What I felt instead was invitation. Maybe that's the worst part. There was no struggle, no fear, only the sense that I was supposed to go where I went, that the forest had made room for me. They found my body in a dry year. No rainfall to obscure the brittle whiteness of my bones. The search maps from 2012 showed the ravine had been crossed 3 separate times. The dog teams walked past it twice. A group from the sheriff's office stopped just 30 feet from where I lay. Nothing to see, they'd said. Nothing but stones and deadfall. And then, 3 years later, there I was. I don't remember dying. I don't remember falling. I don't remember pain, just stillness. A stillness that deepened into silence until even memory stopped echoing. My wife asked the coroner if there was any way someone had moved the body after the searches. He shook his head. Too remote. No drag marks. No signs of tampering. My bones were undisturbed, settled in leaf litter, gently sinking into the earth. The case was closed. The file marked inactive. Cause of death, undetermined. But the facts didn't fit. I wasn't sick. I wasn't confused. I was a hunter, a cop, someone who had taught dozens of others how to stay safe out there. Yet I'd walked away from my gun and vest like I didn't need them anymore. You can explain away a lot in the woods. Heat stroke, confusion, predators. But not this. Not the neat arrangement of gear. Not the untouched terrain. Not the years of silence followed by a sudden, inexplicable reappearance. The old-timers in town still talk about it when hunting season rolls around. They remind the new guys to mark their trails, to check in often, to keep their vests on even in the deep woods. They point toward that ridge and say that's where they found the cop. 3 years too late. My son keeps my badge in a box with his own hunting tags. He doesn't go out alone anymore. Says he hears things sometimes. Nothing specific. Just movement where there shouldn't be any. Wind without wind. A sense of being paralleled. Maybe the woods never gave me back. Maybe they just allowed the remains. A gesture. A warning. A story unfinished until someone finally stumbled too close. Sometimes I still see that moment clearly. The stump. The rifle. The vest. My boot prints leading away from safety. And the woods open. Quiet waiting. I still remember the way the grass felt under my hands that afternoon. Warm, a little damp, smelling of earth and sun. I had been playing near the edge of the backyard, not far from the line where the mowed lawn blurred into the wild tangle of undergrowth that marked the start of the woods. It was June 1947, and I was 5 years old. My parents had let me outside after lunch. The windows were open. I could hear the soft clink of dishes being washed. My mother's voice drifting in and out of the breeze. We lived in a modest home on the edge of a small town, backed up against a forest that, to my young eyes, seemed endless. I knew I wasn't supposed to go near the tray line, but I liked to sit close to it and watch the insects crawl over mossy stones and fallen branches. Sometimes I imagined tiny kingdoms in the underbrush creatures I'd never see. living lives just out of sight. That's the last thing I remember clearly. The rest is pieces. The searchers said the dogs followed my scent to the river. My mother told me years later that the trail stopped cold at the water's edge, like I'd vanished into thin air. No footprints, no drag marks, no signs of a struggle, just nothing. 3 days passed. When they found me, I was 12 miles away, tucked inside a hollow log in a dense part of the forest no child could reach alone. My shoes were gone. My dress was torn at the hem. My legs were scratched, but not badly. I wasn't starving, just tired, and very quiet. I told them about the tall man. It was hard to explain. Even then, he was big, taller than my father, but not in a normal way. His limbs were too long. I remember his arms swinging like ropes when he moved. He didn't have a face. Or maybe he did, but it wasn't right. I think I said it looked like wax or wood, smooth and blank where a face should be. I couldn't see his eyes, but I knew when he was looking at me. I could feel it like heat on my skin. He never spoke. He appeared from the trees while I was playing by the edge of the yard. One moment I was alone, the next, he was there, standing still among the trunks, like he'd been carved from them. I don't remember being afraid, not at first. He crouched down and held out his hand. It was pale and too wide, the fingers long enough to curl around my whole arm. I reached out before I could think about it, then we were moving. He didn't walk like people do. He glided almost. There was a sound like wind through dead leaves, even when the forest was still. I don't remember walking at all. He carried me, but not the way my father did. There was no warmth. It was like being lifted by branches, cold and stiff. We traveled deep into the woods, deeper than I thought they went. The trees grew stranger the further we went, taller, older. Some of them were hollow, gnarled into shapes that looked like mouths or eyes. I think I slept sometimes. When I opened my eyes, the light was always different, and he was always near. He never left. He fed me berries. They were small, dark red, with a taste I've never found again, sweet and sour at once. I never saw where he got them. He'd just kneel beside me and offer them in his cupped hands. I ate without question. I was hungry, but not scared. Not yet. The fear came on the second night. I remember the cold. I remember the sounds. Far-off cries or maybe animals. I was curled inside the hollow log when I realized I hadn't seen the sky in a long time. The canopy was too thick. It felt like the forest had swallowed me. I cried then. Not loud, just small whimpers into my knees. He was close, sitting against the outside of the log. I could feel the weight of him and the way the earth shifted. He didn't comfort me. He just waited. I must have fallen asleep, because when I woke, it was brighter. Morning, and there were voices, real voices, calling my name. That was the first time I felt real fear. I was afraid to answer, afraid he would stop me, but he was gone. No sound, no movement. I crawled out of the log and shouted. The man who found me was part of the search party. I remember his red flannel shirt and the way he dropped his radio when he saw me. He called others over. They wrapped me in a blanket, asked if I was hurt, gave me water. I couldn't stop shaking. I told them about the man. They looked at each other, but no one said much. I was just a kid. Maybe I dreamed it. Maybe I wandered off and made up a story to explain it. That's what people thought. Some still do. But I know what I saw. Years later, I looked up the terrain between our house and where I was found. Steep hills, dense undergrowth, a river. No way a 5-year-old could have made it on foot. And not barefoot, not without leaving some sign. But there were none. No footprints in the mud. No broken branches. No torn cloth caught on bark. Just me. In a log. Like someone had placed me there and vanished. I don't talk about it often. I tried once. As an adult. At a gathering, someone brought up strange disappearances. I shared a little of what happened. A woman asked if I'd ever looked into folklore. The idea of the faceless man. A forest spirit. A phantom. But I didn't want to chase myths. It felt wrong, like painting a face over something that deliberately had none. I know what happened. I don't need a name for him. Sometimes I still dream about the forest. Not our backyard, but the one I was taken through. In the dream, I'm small again. I wake inside the log. The light outside is dim. The air smells like wet moss and decay. And I know, even before I step out, that he's waiting for me. Tall, still, and silent. Just watching. I was the one who found his hat. That moment, that object, it's been burned into my memory ever since. The sun had started its descent, casting long shadows over the desert floor, and the air shimmered in the heat. We were out near the edge of the Mojave, a flat expanse of sand and scattered boulders where the only sounds were the crunch of boots on grit and the occasional dry hiss of wind shifting through the creosote bushes. There were 4 of us on that hike: me, Carl, Dana, and Tom. It wasn't unusual for geologists to take excursions like this, poking around the rock formations and sediment layers, sometimes just to get out of the lab. Tom and I were both working with Caltech at the time. Dana was freelancing. Carl was a grad student. That weekend had been my idea, a kind of stress relief after a month of data crunching. We picked an area that was remote but mapped. A dry basin surrounded by low sandstone ridges and monolithic boulders dropped like dice across the landscape. We started walking after lunch. The heat was sharp but tolerable, the kind of oppressive dryness that desiccates your thoughts if you aren't drinking constantly. We didn't plan to camp, just hike out a few miles, take some readings, poke around an outcrop Carl wanted to inspect, and be back before dark. It happened about an hour into the hike. We were crossing a broad flat of pale sand, the kind that shifts loosely underfoot. Footprints were clearly visible in every direction. Up ahead, maybe 30 yards, was a massive solitary boulder, 10 feet high, sheer on all sides, with a kind of smoothness that suggested water-worn erosion long before the desert claimed this place. It looked like it had been dropped from the sky. Tom peeled off first, muttering that he needed to relieve himself. He walked toward the boulder and slipped around its right side out of view. It was the only real cover in a mile. No one thought twice about it. Dana paused to adjust her pack. Carl was scribbling something in a notebook, and I took the opportunity to drink some water and scan the horizon. Maybe 2-3 minutes passed, then 5. That's when Dana glanced over and said, "Tom taking a nap back there." We chuckled, but after a few more seconds with no sign of him, I walked toward the boulder. I remember thinking it was unusually quiet as I approached, just the crunch of my boots and the steady buzz of the sun bearing down. I turned the corner, expecting to see Tom zipping up, smirking, maybe lighting a cigarette, but the space behind the boulder was empty, completely empty. I stopped in my tracks and looked around. The boulder cast a long shadow behind it, and I stepped into it. The sand was undisturbed, no footprints leading away, no impressions, just the loose, unbroken crust of wind-rippled grit. I called his name. Nothing. I walked a slow circle around the rock, scanning in every direction. I even looked up at the sky. Something felt off, subtly but deeply off. The kind of sensation that doesn't come all at once but seeps into your gut in stages, until your skin starts prickling. I yelled again. By then, the others had noticed my unease and joined me. Carl laughed at first, thinking Tom was pulling something. Dana called out that he could come out. The joke was over. Then she saw the hat. It was resting on top of the boulder, just sitting there, perfectly still, centered, as if placed deliberately. None of us said anything for a long moment. Carl was the first to climb up. The sides of the boulder were nearly vertical, but there were just enough toe holds for him to scramble up with a little effort. He retrieved the hat and passed it down. It was Tom's. Worn canvas, sweat-stained with the small faded pin he always kept fastened to the brim. No mistake, but how had it gotten up there? Carl checked the top of the boulder. Flat, dusty, undisturbed, no other signs of movement. No prints, no scuff marks. Nothing to suggest someone else had climbed up before him. We fanned out in all directions after that. We marked a center point by the boulder and began sweeping concentric circles. The sand made it easy. Every step left a clear mark. But beyond our own tracks, there was nothing. No prints, no drag marks, no sign of struggle, no sign of Tom. The desert was open in all directions. We should have seen him if he'd walked away. There was no cover for hundreds of yards. We checked behind nearby rocks, shallow dips in the terrain, even climbed a few low ridges to get a better view. Nothing. After an hour, we radioed for help. The sun was sliding lower by then, and a strange silence had settled over the basin. It wasn't just quiet. It was the kind of quiet that feels unnatural, like the world is holding its breath. Park rangers arrived an hour later by off-road vehicle. They brought water, radios, and skeptical expressions. When we told them what had happened, one of them, a tall guy with a sun-leathered face, just shook his head and muttered, "People don't vanish in open ground, but they do, because Tom did." They brought dogs the next morning, helicopters too. They searched for 3 days. Nothing. No scent trail. No clothing. No bones. Nothing buried. The dogs showed interest around the boulder, circling it, sniffing the base, but then lost the trail within a few feet. The sand was too soft, the air too still. Every search turned up the same, blank emptiness, like Tom had been plucked out of the world in a single heartbeat. We were questioned repeatedly. Our timelines, our stories, but they matched perfectly. No discrepancies. The rangers asked about Tom's mental state, his past, whether he might have staged a disappearance, but there was no motive. He had no history of mental illness, no reason to run. He'd brought his wallet, his keys, his canteen, left it all behind. After the 5th day, the search was scaled back. We lingered a little longer, hoping for a sign. I remember standing by that boulder one last time, looking at the spot where I'd found the hat, and feeling something I still don't have words for. It wasn't fear exactly. It wasn't confusion either. It was like staring into a puzzle that you know you'll never solve. An ache of unreality. The boulder's still there. I went back once, years later, just to be sure. Same shape, same height, sand all around it. But the sense of weight had shifted. It no longer felt like the world paused there, but like something had passed through, quick and clean, leaving no trace behind except a hat on a rock and a silence that still rings in my ears when I close my eyes. We filed the reports, we gave the interviews. Tom's name went on a list, but he was never seen again. It was a bright Saturday in mid-May, the kind of day that makes you feel like the world is just humming with potential. I'd been a physical therapist for almost 15 years, but my real therapy was running. That morning, I laced up my shoes and headed to Red Fern Preserve, a suburban trail network about 20 minutes from my place. I'd run there more times than I could count. Soft terrain, good elevation shifts, and plenty of regulars who gave you a nod as they passed. Familiar, safe. I parked by the main lot around 11:30 a.m. and hit the loop trail heading clockwise. I always ran that direction. It let me save the hill section for the halfway point, a personal challenge. The air was warm but dry, the sky that washed out kind of blue that makes everything look a little overexposed. There was no wind to speak of. The trail was busy, families with strollers, teenagers on bikes, older couples walking their dogs. It wasn't a place where people just disappeared. Somewhere near mile 3, I passed a small group of hikers coming the opposite way. A man in a red ball cap gave me a short wave. Another woman called out something like, "Nice pace." I remember smiling without breaking stride. That was just before the bend. The bend. I think about that word now and it makes my skin crawl. It's not sharp, just a gradual curve to the left, where the trail dips slightly. On one side is a steep incline lined with brush and scattered oaks. On the other, a drop-off maybe 10 feet deep into a dry creek bed. Nothing dramatic. You could see the other side of the curve even as you approached it. You could see people ahead of you. That's part of what made it so strange. I remember my footfalls quieting on a patch of soft earth, the sound of birds somewhere high in the trees, my breathing even. No one was behind me. The hikers I'd passed were already out of earshot, their voices fading into the ambient hum of the preserve. I rounded the bend. That's the last part I can say for certain. The next thing I remember is a kind of stillness, not unconsciousness, not a blackout, just a complete lack of input. No sound, no light, no weight on my legs, like my body had been paused. And then I was somewhere else. Not a room, not a field. I don't even know if it was a place. It felt like pressure, not crushing, just surrounding. I couldn't see anything, couldn't move, not from fear, but because there was nothing to move against. I don't know how long I was in that state. Minutes, hours, then came the humming. Not in my ears, in my teeth, in my ribs, in the back of my eyes. It built gradually like something warming up, tuning itself. I tried to shout, but nothing came out. My body didn't feel panicked. My mind did, but physically I was calm. That scared me more than anything. Then, just as suddenly, I was back. Not on the trail, but in the woods. Maybe 20 yards downslope from the bend, my face pressed into wet leaves. My legs were scraped. My right shoe was missing. My watch was gone. I had a shallow cut across my chest like I'd brushed something sharp. The light filtering through the trees told me it was much later in the day. I scrambled uphill, branches tearing at my arms. When I reached the trail, it was empty, silent. I started jogging back toward the trailhead, heart pounding, every shadow making me flinch. I passed the same bend from the opposite direction and didn't look down the slope. I just ran. When I made it back to the lot, my car was still there, but so were 3 police cruisers, 2 search and rescue vehicles, and a half-dozen volunteers in reflective vests. I stood there trembling as a woman with a clipboard approached me. She froze mid-step. "Are you Michael?" I nodded too, out of breath to speak. She turned and shouted something I couldn't make out. People came running. Questions flew at me. Where had I been? Did I fall? Had I gotten lost? I told them what I knew. I'd been running. I passed the hikers. I hit the bend. Then nothing. They told me it had been almost 3 days. I remember sitting in the back of the ambulance, sipping warm Gatorade while a medic checked my vitals. I wasn't dehydrated, I wasn't starved. Aside from the scratches and the missing time, I was fine, perfect even. That seemed to bother them more than if I'd been half dead. They had launched a full-scale search the day I vanished. Over 10,000 man-hours logged, helicopters with thermal imaging, dogs, volunteers, even mounted patrol. Not a single trace. No clothing, no scent trail. My phone had been found on the trail, screen cracked, lying screen up like someone had placed it there. My footprints had led to the bend and stopped. The hikers I passed confirmed seeing me. One even remembered my shirt, blue with a white stripe down the back. That shirt was never found. My family was relieved but cautious. My sister kept asking if I was sure I hadn't had a seizure, a fugue state, a psychotic break. But every scan they ran came back clean. Not even a concussion. I didn't go back to work right away. I couldn't. Something about walking into rooms with bright fluorescent lights and clean surfaces made me feel like I was going to disappear again. I started avoiding mirrors. I didn't like how sometimes, just sometimes, my reflection didn't move quite right. I chalked it up to stress. The oddest part, and this is hard to explain, people stopped remembering me. Not my family or close friends, but acquaintances, clients I'd seen for years. The barista at the cafe near my clinic, who used to know my order. I ran into her a week later, and she looked at me like I was a stranger. Even the man in the red cap, the hiker I passed, didn't recall our encounter. When the police followed up with him, he confirmed seeing a runner, but couldn't describe my face. Said he thought I was wearing black. The woman who'd called out to me said I waved back. I hadn't. I was sure of that. Over time, I began to wonder if maybe I hadn't come back. Not fully. Maybe whatever stepped out of those woods just looked like me, acted like me. Maybe the trail took something it liked and gave something back that could pass for human. I haven't run since. I moved out of state a year later. Different job, different town. I don't talk about what happened. When people ask about the scar on my chest, I say I fell on a hike. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night with dirt under my fingernails. Once I found leaves in my bed. Brown, dry, the exact kind that carpeted the forest floor near that bend. And every now and then, usually when I'm walking near trees or I catch the smell of dry moss, I feel it again, that pressure, just beyond the air, like something folding in around the edges of the world, waiting for me to step into it again. The air was still that morning, still in the way it only gets when you're deep in the woods. Miles from any road, where the hum of insects and the rustle of trees don't quite cover the silence pressing in behind them. Our cabin sat where the tree line began to thin into rock and slope, cradled between the base of a mountain and the creek that cut through the valley. My parents built it themselves in '56, hauling lumber up from town in the back of a rust-red pickup, one board at a time. I was 10 years old in 1958, small for my age and wiry from running wild through those woods. That morning started like any other. My mother was making johnny cakes on the wood stove. My father was oiling his boots near the hearth. I was sent out with the old tin bucket to fetch water from the creek, something I'd done nearly every day since I was 6. I remember stepping out the door and smelling the cold earth, the way it mixed with pine sap and smoke from our chimney. The sun hadn't yet cleared the ridge, but the sky was turning pale blue above the trees. Everything felt normal. I followed the narrow path down the slope to the creek, stepping over roots and keeping my boots dry by memory. The water was only about 100 yards from the cabin, but far enough that my parents wouldn't hear me over the wind if I called out. I remember crouching near the bank and dipping the bucket into the stream. I watched the water swirl in, clear as glass, and I remember thinking how cold it looked. That's the last thing I can truly say I remember. They told me later that I never came back up the hill. My mother waited 15 minutes before sending my father out after me. He found the bucket tipped on its side at the edge of the creek, still full. There were no tracks in the mud nearby, no signs I'd slipped, no signs of an animal, just the bucket and then nothing. By noon, they had half the mountain combed. Volunteers, park rangers, neighbors from 10 miles away, everyone came out. My father said the dogs didn't catch a scent, not even right there by the water, like I'd vanished into the air. I was gone for 2 nights. The search grid was expanding by the hour, focusing mostly downhill from the creek, thinking I'd wandered or fallen. But they found me 2 mornings later, 5 miles away as the crow flies, and 2,000 feet higher near the spine of the ridge. I was sitting on a narrow ledge just below the summit, legs dangling over the edge, staring at the clouds below. I don't remember climbing up there. I don't remember anything. They said I looked calm, not lost, not scared, just still. A hiker spotted me from a distance while glassing the ridge. Took them nearly 4 hours to reach me on foot. They had to radio in a mountain rescue unit because the terrain was steep and loose with shale. When they got to me, they asked how I'd gotten there. I couldn't answer. I wasn't even scratched. The doctors in town ran me through every test they had. I wasn't dehydrated, no bruises, no cuts, no insect bites, no broken skin. They said it was impossible, that I'd have needed climbing gear or wings to make it that far that fast in the clothes I was wearing, but my boots weren't even scuffed. Back home, my mother cried every time she looked at me for a week straight. My father got quiet in a way I'd never seen. They didn't ask much after that. I think they were afraid of what I might remember, but sometimes, late at night, something presses at the edges of my memory, like the shape of a dream you know you had but can't quite name. I try not to think about it, but when I do, what comes first is the cold, not the chill of the creek water or the mountain wind, a deep, inside-the-bones kind of cold, and a feeling not fear exactly, but a weight, like I was being watched from behind and above. And if I turned to look, I wouldn't come back the same. One thing I never told anyone, Not my parents, not the doctors, not even the ranger who found me, is what I had clenched in my hand when they reached me. It was a sprig of yarrow, a common mountain plant, but the kind that doesn't grow above the timberline. I know because my father used to teach me every plant we passed on hikes. He was meticulous about that. I asked him once, years later, if yarrow could grow up there. He looked at me, then out toward the ridge and said no. We moved out of the cabin the following spring. My mother said she couldn't sleep there anymore. My father claimed he was tired of fixing the chimney every winter, but neither of them ever said the real reason. I didn't push. I didn't want to know. Decades passed. I grew up, moved east, married, had kids. For a long time I chalked it up to some strange accident, sleepwalking, fugue state, something like that. It was easier to believe that than to dwell on what didn't make sense. But this past summer, curiosity got the better of me. My wife and I had separated, the kids were grown, and I had time on my hands. I drove back out to that part of the state. The roads were better now. What used to take half a day in a truck took just a couple of hours. The cabin was still there, weathered, sagging, roof half collapsed, but standing. I parked down the hill and hiked up the same path I'd taken so many times as a child. The trees had grown in thicker, but the creek still whispered through the rocks in that same steady rhythm. I found the spot where the bucket had been. The bank looked the same, moss on the stones, water clear and cold. I knelt, not really sure what I was expecting to feel. Nothing happened. But as I stood to leave, I noticed something up the slope. A narrow break in the tree line I didn't remember. It wasn't a path, not exactly, but the underbrush was pushed down just enough to suggest passage. Animal trail maybe. I followed it. It climbed fast, steeper than any trail my father had ever taken me on. After a few minutes, the woods thinned and the air got sharper. My breath came faster. I should have turned back, but something pulled at me. A sense of unfinished business. After an hour, I reached a ridge I recognized, the same ledge where they'd found me all those years ago. I stood there, looking out over the valley. Clouds drifted below me. The wind pressed at my back. Everything felt too quiet. Then I saw it. A second trail, not visible from above, but snaking down the other side of the ridge. It looked wrong. The ground wasn't disturbed the way normal paths are. It was smooth, as if something heavy had moved along it, not once, but many times, pressing the earth into a subtle groove. I didn't follow it. I stood there for a long time, thinking about that missing time, about what might have carried a 10-year-old boy 2,000 feet up a mountainside without leaving a mark, about why the dogs couldn't find a scent, about the cold that wasn't weather. I made my way back down before dark. Drove away, didn't look in the rearview mirror, but sometimes I still feel it. When the night gets quiet enough and the wind shifts just right, I feel that same weight pressing down from above, like something watching, waiting, remembering me too. The trail was supposed to be a loop, simple, contained, and impossible to get lost on. That's what we were told. It was the second afternoon of the school camping trip in 2009, and I remember the air being heavy with the kind of stillness you only get deep in the woods. Not silence. Exactly. There were birds, the crunch of sneakers on dirt, the occasional distant shout, but an insulated kind of quiet, like the trees were holding their breath. I was one of the parent chaperones on the trip, responsible for keeping an eye on the middle group. The trail curved through the woods behind the campground, a mile-long loop marked with bright orange trail signs every few hundred feet. 84 kids, scattered in loose clumps, with teachers at the front and back. Everyone was accounted for, except she wasn't. Her name was Emma. 10 years old, bright, affectionate, always smiling. She had Down syndrome and a few health issues. Nothing severe, but enough that we were told to be attentive. She needed a little more time, a little more patience. She loved the color purple. Her backpack was purple. Her hoodie was purple. Even her shoelaces had little lavender flowers printed on them. I remember seeing her that day. She was near the back of the group, dragging her feet a little. I was halfway up the line, but I saw her through a break in the trees, maybe 50 yards back. Her purple hoodie stood out against the green. Another chaperone was closer. He looked at her, then turned and kept walking. Later, I'd think about that a lot. That moment, how easy it is to assume someone else will step in. How one glance becomes a shrug. He wasn't cruel, just tired, maybe, or distracted. But that moment hung like a frozen snapshot in my mind. The purple hoodie, the way she looked down at her feet as she walked. We made it to the halfway marker, where the trail curves back toward the camp. Everyone milled around for a few minutes, drinking water, swatting at mosquitoes. That's when the principal did a head count. 83. They counted again. Teachers checked their groups, called out names. 83. Emma wasn't there. We assumed she'd stopped to tie her shoe. Or maybe she was with another group. Or just around the next bend. A couple of us walked back along the trail, calling her name, peering through the trees. It had only been 20 minutes since someone had seen her. We weren't worried yet, not really, not then. But she wasn't on the trail, not anywhere, not behind a tree, not sitting on a log, not answering when we called. And by the time we looped all the way back to the campground, the mood had changed. The sun dipped lower. That soft afternoon light turned gold, then dimmed. We told the park rangers. They started an official search within the hour. Flashlights bobbing in the dusk. Dogs brought in, searchers calling her name in steady, hopeful tones. That first night, everyone expected they'd find her. She'd wandered off and gotten tired. She'd be cold maybe, but she'd be okay. They didn't find her that night, or the next day, or the next. The loop trail, the one that was impossible to get lost on, became the center of a widening spiral of panic. By day 3, there were helicopters, grid searches, volunteers, combing every inch of underbrush, but the forest didn't give anything back. No footprints, no broken branches, no torn clothing. It was like she had evaporated between one footstep and the next. The forest felt different after that. Tighter, like it was pressing in. A place that had been full of sunshine and chattering kids now felt dim and watchful. We weren't allowed to talk to the press. But rumors started circulating anyway. Some kids claimed they'd seen a man in the woods, just off the trail. One said he saw Emma walking with someone who wasn't a teacher. Another said she just stepped sideways into the trees and vanished, like a magic trick. None of it held up. None of it led anywhere. The chaperone who'd seen her lagging behind. The one who didn't go back. He stopped talking to anyone. I don't know what he was feeling. Guilt, probably, or shame. He left the school that year. I can't blame him. Emma's parents arrived on the second day. I'll never forget the look in her mother's eyes. Not tears. Not at first, just raw, stunned disbelief. Like someone had told her the sky was gone and expected her to accept it. Weeks passed. The search wound down. The tents came down. The school released a statement. Life went on, but I kept thinking about that trail, that loop, how she could have vanished from it. The maps showed no forks, no intersections, no access points, just a neat circle, hemmed in by dense woods and marshland. A year later, I went back. I told myself it was for closure, that maybe I needed to walk the trail again, alone this time, to make peace with it. The campground was closed for the season, but the trails were still accessible. I parked at the edge of the forest and started walking. It was early fall, leaves just starting to turn, the air dry and cool. The trail was quiet. I passed the halfway marker, the spot where we'd realized she was missing. I stopped and looked around. Then I saw something. Off the path, maybe 20 feet into the underbrush. A scrap of color. I stepped off the trail and moved toward it. My heart was pounding. It wasn't her hoodie, just a piece of plastic, probably from a snack wrapper. But standing there, I noticed something else. A narrow gap in the undergrowth, almost hidden, a natural-looking depression, like an animal trail. I followed it. It wound through the trees for maybe 30 feet. then ended at a slope that dropped down into a shallow ravine. On the other side was a tangle of blackberry bushes and a line of old fencing, mostly buried and rusted. That fence wasn't on any of the maps I'd seen. Something about it unsettled me. Not the fence itself, but the fact that it was hidden. The trail had always been presented as a closed loop, but here was this half-buried relic that suggested otherwise. And back home, I tried to find records of what used to be there. Old land use permits, property lines, anything. I found references to a fire access road that had been decommissioned in the late 90s. It had once connected to the loop trail but was closed off after erosion made it unstable. Maybe Emma had wandered down that slope. Maybe she got turned around. Maybe I've played out 1,000 scenarios in my head. None of them feel right. There's something about that trail that I still can't explain. Years later, I had a dream about it. In the dream, I was back on the trail, and I could see Emma ahead of me. She wasn't scared. She wasn't lost. She was walking with purpose, deeper into the trees. I called to her, but she didn't turn around. She walked until the trees closed behind her, and then she was gone, just like before. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still see that flash of purple in the trees. Still feel the weight of the air that afternoon. Still hear the silence after we called her name and no one answered. A perfect loop. One trail in, one trail out, but she never came out. We were at Dell's Pine Park that day. I remember the scent of sunscreen and wet leaves, the way the wind flicked strands of my sister's hair into her mouth as she licked a popsicle, sticky and half melted. The adults were gathered near the grills, laughing and clinking bottles. There were too many cousins to count, and everyone's kids blended into a blur of running feet and shrieking voices. I was 9, old enough to be left to my own devices but not yet trusted with anything sharp or hot. My younger sister Annie was 6 and still clung to my side like a second shadow. That afternoon, though, she drifted. I remember the exact moment, because it seemed so small at the time, like a misplaced pencil or a forgotten backpack. I turned away to chase a dragonfly hovering near the tree line. When I turned back, she wasn't there. I didn't panic at first. The park was a circle of green, bordered by a creek and thin woods, with a rusty swing set on one end and a worn-down nature trail on the other. It seemed safe. Kids were darting in and out of view constantly. I scanned the crowd and didn't see her, but I assumed she'd just wandered toward the swings or followed a dog or a friend. I went looking without telling anyone. I thought I could fix it quietly. I walked the trail first, calling her name in a loud whisper, not wanting the adults to hear. Annie, Annie, come on. I crouched down and looked between the bushes, peered behind trees. After a few minutes, the quiet began to stretch too long. Something in my chest started to press inward. By the time I ran back to the picnic area and tugged at my mom's shirt, my voice cracked when I tried to speak. That's when things got loud. Adults scattered, calling her name, forming loose search parties. Some of the older cousins ran down to the creek. My uncle went back to the parking lot just in case, but she wasn't in the parking lot, she wasn't anywhere. One man, a stranger, stepped forward during the commotion. He was thin, pale, with a red jogging suit that looked too warm for the weather. He told my father he'd seen Annie walking toward the edge of the woods with a man himself, someone else, and heard something strange. The man had knelt beside her and whispered, "Follow the shadow." Then they disappeared into the trees. That detail, the phrase "follow the shadow," got passed around quietly at first. I remember hearing my aunt repeat it under her breath, like a curse. A few days later, the police included it in their questioning, but no one ever found that man again, the one in the jogging suit. My parents gave descriptions and flyers went out. Dogs were brought in. A small tent city of search volunteers formed near the trailhead. But after 2 weeks, the crews left. Time passed. Not in a cinematic way. No fades to black. No swelling music. Just slow mornings and quieter dinners. My parents stopped answering the phone on the first ring. My dad started locking every door, even inside the house. My mom took down the family photos from the living room wall. 3 months later, the first call came. It was late. I was half asleep on the couch, pretending to watch TV. My dad answered and said nothing for a long time. Then he dropped the receiver. The man on the phone said Annie was alive. He didn't give a name. He didn't demand money. He said she was safe, happy, and flourishing. That was the word he used. He said he was homeschooling her in Wisconsin. He even mentioned things about that day at the park, what Annie had been wearing, what snacks she'd been eating, things the police had never made public. Details only someone who'd been there could have known. 2 weeks later, a letter came. Neat handwriting, no fingerprints, postmarked Madison, Wisconsin. In it, the man explained that he'd rescued Annie from a world that would have hurt her. He claimed he'd been watching our family for some time, and that Annie had called out to him. He said she was learning music, doing well in math, and had even started writing stories. He signed it only with an initial R. The police took the letter. They tried to trace the call, but nothing ever came of it. That was the start of the long not knowing. We existed in the spaces between letters. There were 3 more, spaced over the course of 2 years. Always the same handwriting, always the same calm tone. He said she asked about us sometimes, but not often. That she remembered me, called me the Dragonfly Boy. That line made me cry in the garage so no one would hear. After the 3rd letter, the trail went cold again. No more calls, no more notes. The house felt like a waiting room after that. Not grief exactly, not hope either, just the long pause between breaths. My parents moved once, then moved back. My mom kept Annie's room the same, untouched. On the wall was a poster of a cartoon whale she'd picked out the month before she vanished. Years went by. I grew into my face, lost the softness around my eyes. I started looking in crowds, not for her, but for someone who looked like her. Every blonde girl around her age caught my attention for a flicker. Every time I heard the name Annie spoken aloud, I turned stupidly. When I was 19, I decided to write him back. It was probably stupid, but I thought maybe if I wrote in the same calm tone, if I mirrored his style, he'd respond. I didn't ask where she was. I just told him I hoped she was happy. I told him about the creek, how it had flooded that spring. I said that if she remembered the dragonfly, I remembered the whale. I sent it to the address on the last postmark. It came back marked undeliverable. I thought that was it. But 1 week later, a small package arrived at the front door. No return address. Inside was a drawing, done in crayon. A whale and a dragonfly floating together in a sky full of stars. At the bottom was a single word in block letters, H-I. My mother put it in a frame. My father told her to take it down. She didn't. I wish there was more. A final message, a break in the case. But there never was. We never found her. No body, no confirmed sightings, no arrests. Just that final flickering hope, trapped in a drawing done in the hand of someone who might have been my sister, or someone pretending to be her. The man never contacted us again. The police eventually filed the case as unresolved. I'm older now. I have kids of my own. I take them to parks, but I never let them out of my sight. I watch every stranger. I keep my phone close. My wife says I'm paranoid. Maybe she's right, but I still remember that day, the red jogging suit, the flash of blonde hair disappearing behind a tree, the dragonfly darting away, and I still wonder what follow the shadow meant. I remember the first time I saw the mountain, steep and dense with bamboo, capped with a tooth of mist that never quite lifted. They say it's easy to get turned around up there, especially if you're not familiar with how quickly the trails disappear behind you. That summer of '89, I had just taken a week off work to hike with my friend Mika. We were supposed to take the Western Loop, a well-worn path with modest elevation. What we didn't know was how easy it would be to miss a critical turn if you weren't paying close attention. It started with a clearing. one that wasn't on the map. We reached it just past noon on our second day, sun leaking through the mist in uneven shafts. The air smelled sharp with sap, the hum of insects constant. A downed tree lay like a threshold across the path, and a narrow break in the bamboo suggested a shortcut or alternate route. We stood there a while, looking at the map, debating. The trail was supposed to continue left, but the break ahead looked more like a path than anything else around us. We went forward. Within an hour, everything changed. The air cooled, the light dimmed, though the sky was still clear above. The bamboo grew thicker and straighter, packed tightly so that even speaking aloud felt like an intrusion. Mika joked about being swallowed by the forest, but I could hear the hesitation in her voice. Our feet started hitting ground that squelched. There were no markers, no cut branches, no signs of other hikers. When we finally admitted we were lost, the sun was already dipping low. We tried to backtrack, but the clearing was gone. I don't mean we missed it. I mean it wasn't there anymore. Where it had been was now a shallow slope filled with tightly packed chutes, all new growth. I know that sounds impossible, but we must have come out somewhere else. We had no way of knowing how far we drifted. We set up camp on the flattest patch we could find and rationed what little food we had. The second day, we followed a slope down, thinking it would lead us to water or a road. We found neither. Instead, we reached another clearing, this one much larger, roughly circular, maybe 20 meters across. The air here felt wrong, still, dead quiet, no birds, no bugs, just silence that grew heavier the longer we stood in it. And there it was. Laid out in the center of the clearing was an enormous SOS sign. 19 thick birch trees stripped of branches, arranged in precise letters, each one at least 5 meters long. They'd been dragged into place, not chopped, which meant someone had spent a tremendous amount of time and effort doing this. The ground underneath them was flattened, dead, like the sign had been there for years. I counted the trunks 3 times, 19, all perfectly aligned, too clean, too deliberate. Mika asked if I had done it, if I had made the sign before and forgotten. It was a joke, but not really. We didn't talk much after that. That night, the temperature dropped fast. We huddled under our tarp, barely speaking. I had a dream, though it felt more like a memory of someone dragging a tree. Breathless, hands raw, whispering numbers under his breath. I woke up with the taste of old leaves in my mouth. We spent 2 more nights lost. No matter which direction we chose, we circled back to that clearing. It felt like the mountain was folding around us. On the 4th day, we heard it, a distant thumping, rhythmic. Then a voice, faint, filtered through a speaker, a helicopter. We ran out into the clearing, waving our arms like lunatics. The chopper tilted toward us, circled once, then dropped a flare. We collapsed, laughing and crying all at once. The search team reached us by foot. About an hour later, we were dehydrated, underfed, scraped up from bamboo and bramble, but alive. They walked us out a different route, uphill for longer than made sense. When we finally reached the ranger station, they gave us blankets, hot drinks, and asked the usual questions. Where had we gone off trail? How had we survived? Then came the one we didn't expect. Who made the SOS? Mika and I looked at each other. She shook her head. I said we'd found it by accident, that we thought they'd seen us waving, not the sign. One of the rangers looked uneasy. He pulled a photo from a manila folder. It showed the clearing from above. The birch trunks were stark white against the green. Perfect letters. 19 of them. We didn't make that. I told him we had no tools, no time, no strength. They didn't believe us. Or maybe they did, but didn't want to think about what it meant. 2 days later, I got a call from one of the officers who had returned to the site to document the sign. He was shaken. Beneath one of the trunks, just a few meters off the S, they'd found something. Scraps of an old backpack, sun-bleached. Inside it was a faded wallet, a rusted compass, and a tape recorder sealed in a plastic bag. The wallet held a Japanese ID, Kenji Iwamura, age 39, reported missing and the tape was damaged. but some of it still played. I was told it started with heavy breathing, the sound of dragging, then a man's voice repeating a phrase, "Still here, still trying, don't stop." Then a gap, more dragging. The last words were whispered, "Please see me." They recovered partial remains nearby, weathered bones tangled in roots beneath the moss. DNA confirmed it was Kenji. I looked up the old case. He'd gone missing on a solo trip. No foul play suspected. They said he probably fell or got turned around and perished in the elements. But if that were true, who built the sign? The logs showed that area had been overflown during the original search. They saw nothing. No clearing. No SOS. Just dense, unbroken forest. Somehow his signal hadn't been seen when it mattered. It waited, dormant, unnoticed until the mountain decided to show it again. And by then, it was no longer meant for him. I've returned to that mountain only once. 10 years later, armed with better gear and more experience. I wanted to find the clearing again. I brought Kenji's tape recorder with me, hoping maybe, I don't know what I was hoping, I never found it. No matter where I searched, the forest was seamless. No break in the bamboo, no flattened space. The land had healed itself as if the clearing had never been there. But sometimes when the wind picked up, I could swear I heard something just beyond the trees, like the soft scrape of bark against bark. Like trunks being dragged across earth, slowly, deliberately, again and again. We were in the Sierra Nevadas, high up where the air thinned and the sky felt a shade too sharp. It was July 1981, and my parents had brought me along on one of those guided family excursions. Part nature appreciation, part group bonding, all dust and mosquitoes. I was 14, restless and impatient with anything that didn't move at the speed of my thoughts. The camp was perched at the edge of a glacial meadow, stitched with wildflowers and laced with winding trails that vanished into groves of pine. That afternoon, the light had that particular golden clarity that only comes at elevation. Like everything was filtered through glass. The group had just finished a trail lunch, and people were chatting lazily, spreading out like sun-warmed lizards. I remember wanting to be anywhere else, anywhere quiet. I'd spotted a small lake on the map earlier in the week, only a half-mile off the main trail. Not even that, really. More of a shallow detour than a hike. I had my little camera slung over my shoulder, a plastic-bodied thing that clicked like a toy. I told my dad I wanted to get some shots of the lake. He looked up from his sandwich, squinting. The tour guide, a sharp-nosed man with a heavy belt of gear, overheard me and said something like, "Don't go far." I told them I wouldn't. I meant it. There was an old man sitting on a boulder nearby. Part of our tour group, though I hadn't spoken to him, he stood as I passed and offered to walk with me partway. I said sure, mostly out of politeness. He moved slowly, his cane digging into the gravel as we crossed into the trees. We made small talk about birds, or the weather. Nothing I remember clearly. After 10 minutes, maybe less, he paused and said he'd rest there, pointing to a fallen log beside the trail. I nodded and kept walking. The lake was close. I could smell it in the coolness of the air, see the shimmer of reflected light flickering between branches. The trail curved upward briefly, then leveled out as the trees thinned. And then there it was, a small lake, round and still, cradled in granite and shadow. It was so quiet, the kind of quiet that feels like pressure on your skin. I climbed a flat rock about 30 feet off the path and took a photo, then another. Somewhere behind me, I thought I heard the low whir of voices on the wind. Maybe the group back at camp. I remember turning, scanning for the trail. It was right there, just a few dozen yards back. I could see the shimmer of the sun on a bit of silver, maybe a belt buckle or watch catching the light. And then, nothing. That's the part I can't explain. One moment I was adjusting the focus on my camera. The next, I felt a shift, like standing on a dock when a wave rolls in beneath you. Just enough to make you rebalance. I blinked. Everything was the same, but wrong. The air had gone still, heavy. I called out, not loudly, Just a hello that felt ridiculous the second it left my mouth. No answer. I stepped off the rock and walked back toward the trail, or where it had been, but the trees weren't right. The angle of the slope had changed. The boulder where the old man had sat was gone. I turned in a slow circle. The lake was still behind me, unmoved, but everything else was off, like someone had shifted the terrain by inches, enough to throw me off balance, but not enough to scream disaster. I wasn't scared yet, just confused, disoriented. I walked in what I was sure was the right direction. 5 minutes, maybe 10. No trail, no voices, just meadow and pine, and a growing sense of unease. I circled back toward the lake, tried to find the rock I'd stood on. It was gone, or I couldn't find it. That's when the fear began. Not panic, just a slow, crawling realization that I wasn't where I should be, that I'd stepped somehow into a place that didn't match the map in my mind. I tried calling louder. My voice vanished into the trees, swallowed whole. After what felt like an hour, I began to cry. I don't remember sleeping, but night came. I curled under a low tree and shivered against the cold. I thought about my dad, the group, how they must be looking for me. I told myself I'd hear them soon, that it was just a matter of time. The second day was worse. I was hungry, though not starving yet. Thirsty. My canteen was still half full, but I was rationing it. I walked again, thinking if I climbed higher I could see the trail, the camp, anything. I found a rise of granite and scrambled up it. The lake was still there, far below now, but there was no sign of people, and something else. No animals, no bird song, not even the buzz of insects, just the wind and the occasional creak of trees shifting. By the third day, I stopped trying to find my way back. I stayed by the lake, afraid to wander too far. I started marking trees with small scratches from a rock, trying to track where I'd been, but they never seemed to stay where I left them. I'd mark a tree, walk 10 paces, turn back, and the mark would be gone, or the tree would be. I couldn't tell. Once, I saw a figure in the distance, just a shape standing between two pines. It didn't move, I shouted, waving my arms. It didn't respond. When I blinked, it was gone. I told myself it was a tree, a shadow. On the 5th day, the lake began to shrink. That's not poetic. I mean it literally. The shoreline receded by several feet overnight. I could see the wet line in the dirt where it had been. By evening, it was smaller again. I began to worry that I was running out of even that. Sometime around the 7th day, I'd lost exact count. I heard a helicopter, the deep thrum of rotors overhead. I ran into the open, waving my arms, screaming. The sound faded. I never saw it, never heard it again. Then, something stranger, a lens cap, lying in the dirt just beyond the edge of the lake. It was mine. I was sure of it. Same model, same worn edge from where I'd dropped it once back home. But I hadn't lost it. It was still on the camera. I checked. Still there. So whose was it? I left it where it lay. By the 10th day, I wasn't sure I was alive. I was too tired to be afraid. I lay on a patch of moss near the shrinking lake and stared at the sky. No planes, no birds, just blue. Then, a voice, close, a man calling a name, not mine, but real. I stood, heart hammering, and shouted back, nothing. When I turned, the lake was gone. The hollow where it had been was dry, cracked. And then I woke up in a hospital bed. No one could explain it. They found me wandering 2 miles from the original trail, dazed and dehydrated but unharmed. The search had gone on for 11 days, cost over 50 grand. No one had seen me, not once, and I hadn't seen them. The tour guide remembered watching me climb onto the rock, said I'd only been 50 yards off trail, said I vanished like smoke. They asked about the lens cap. I told them it wasn't mine, not the one on the ground anyway. They never found it. I still have the camera, still works. Every photo from that day came out blank, just white space and static. except one, a blurry shot of trees and sky, and in the corner, a figure, too far to see clearly, but it's there. I don't remember taking it. I don't remember seeing anyone at all. I'd been hunting the same stretch of forest near Lake Esquiline for over 40 years. My father brought me there first in the 60s, long before the logging roads were paved, when you could walk 5 miles and never hear another human voice. It wasn't just tradition, it was a bond, a promise kept to generations past. By the time I turned 82, my body had given out in ways I didn't like to admit, but I still returned each season, even if it meant staying put while the younger guys flushed the game toward me. That fall, I joined our usual group, my son Neil, his buddy Kurt, and a few of the younger crew from town. We set up in a line, 100 yards apart, just like we'd done a dozen times before. I had the third spot from the south end, tucked into a shallow gully between 2 cedar stands. My rifle rested across my lap, the safety on. Neil walked me in before sunrise and made sure I had my radio clipped and working. My knees didn't like the cold, and my back was barely manageable, but I was good for a stationary post. That's all they needed me for. The woods were alive with sound that morning. Woodpeckers hammering, squirrels chasing each other, distant geese lifting off the lake. I remember thinking the air felt stiller than usual. The clouds hung low, pale and streaky, and the light didn't fully break through until afternoon. Around 2:30 p.m., I noticed something was off. The wind dropped. Not just quiet, dead still. No rustling, no bird song. Even the squirrels stopped moving. It was like the forest had gone on pause. I remember blinking hard and rubbing at my ears, thinking maybe they'd gone funny again, but it wasn't me. The quiet was thick, pressing. I clicked my radio. Position 3. All clear, I said, just to check the line. Nothing came back. No static, no reply. That wasn't unusual. Sometimes the radios cut out. But then Neil's voice crackled through faintly. "Dad, do you copy?" I tried to answer, but my radio blinked once and went silent. Dead battery? Maybe, but Neil had changed it out himself that morning. I didn't move. No point. The plan was to wait, stay put, let the others sweep. But 20 minutes passed, then 30, and nobody came through. No sound at all. I sat in that strange silence, feeling a pressure I couldn't explain, like something heavy had settled over the trees. And then, nothing. That's where it stops for me. From what they told me later, Neil came back for me at 3:10 p.m., right on schedule, but I wasn't there. The gully was empty. No rifle, no pack, no prints, no drag marks, just flattened grass where I'd been sitting. They called out, ran grid sweeps. Within an hour, the rest of the party joined the search. They fanned out in circles, radioed in for help. By nightfall, the local sheriff had called in rangers and search dogs. By morning, the search had grown to over 300 people. Helicopters with infrared, drones, divers in the lake. Even though it was half a mile off, they covered 10 square miles over the next week. Nothing. No sign of me. Not a button. Not a shell casing. Nothing. Neil told me later, when he could speak about it without shaking, that something about the silence stayed with him. He said when he reached the gully, it felt wrong, like the air was too still. He kept saying it wasn't just quiet, it was like something was waiting. Kurt backed him up, said it felt like walking into a sealed room, the kind of hush that doesn't come from nature. The FBI got involved by day 4, quietly. They didn't hold press conferences, but they came with clipboards and questions, talked to each member of the party one by one. Neil said one agent pulled him aside and asked if anything strange had happened before the disappearance. Neil mentioned the silence. The agent just nodded and said, "You're not the first one to say that." That's all they ever told him. Weeks passed, then months. They never found me, but here's the thing. I didn't die that day. That day. I don't know where I was, or how long I was gone. All I remember is sitting in that silence, blinking up at the sky, then waking up cold, wet, and lying face down in moss. The air smelled different, moldy, sharp. My limbs ached, and my beard was longer than I'd ever let it grow. I was in the same forest, I think, but nothing looked quite right. The trees were wrong, taller, older. The path I followed didn't match the map in my head. I walked for what felt like hours before reaching a gravel road I didn't recognize. They found me 6 days ago, wandering barefoot near a fire access gate, 12 miles from where I'd last been seen. The clothes I wore were mine, but aged, torn, and damp. The soles of my boots were worn to leather strips. My radio was gone. The rifle, too. The only thing I had in my coat pocket was an old matchbook from a diner I didn't remember visiting. The doctors say I'm dehydrated, some minor frostbite, but no head trauma, no sign of exposure that matches the reported time frame, because according to them, I've been gone for over 2 years. They showed me the dates, the search reports, Neil's gray hair, Kurt's daughter, now in college, 2 years, vanished from the woods with no memory of the time between. The FBI came again. Different agents this time. They didn't ask about what happened. They just asked if I remembered anything. Smells, sounds, anything that seemed off. I told them about the silence, how it pressed in like a fog. They just looked at each other. One of them wrote something down. I'm home now, but it doesn't feel like home. The corners of the house are sharper than I recall. The clock ticks too loudly. Food tastes flat. My hearing's dulled, but not from age. From something else. Something I can't name. Sometimes I wake up at night and hear nothing. Not the fridge hum, not the trees, not even my own breath. Just that heavy silence again, like the woods are still around me, waiting for me to remember where I've been, or maybe for me to go back. The morning mist still clung to the tops of the trees when I last saw my father alive. It was September 2004, elk season, the kind of crisp, pine-scented day he lived for. We'd made camp the night before in a canyon we all knew like the backs of our hands. Dense mountain forest, steep slopes layered in green, and silence broken only by the occasional crack of a twig or the distant call of a bird. My dad, 48, was an old hand at this, an experienced hunter, ex-military, the type of man who moved quieter than most people breathed. That morning, the plan was simple. My brother and I would move through the north end of the canyon, pushing a herd of elk toward the base where Dad waited in a blind near a small clearing. We'd done it a dozen times before. It should have gone like clockwork, but when we looped back after the run, he was gone. His rifle, pack, radio, everything he'd taken in was gone with him. At first, we assumed he'd followed a trail after a wounded animal. Maybe he'd seen a bull break away and went off route. But after 2 hours of radio silence and no sign at the fallback spot, we started to worry. By nightfall, that worry had twisted into a kind of cold panic I'd never felt before. The next few days blurred into a parade of search parties, dogs, helicopters, thermal imaging, the works. The FBI got involved quickly, which I found odd at the time. It wasn't like him to disappear. He was disciplined, methodical. He wouldn't have wandered off without marking something, and yet not a single footprint, broken branch, or scrap of clothing turned up. The official theory. Maybe he'd taken a bad fall, wedged himself into a crevice, or been covered by debris. Nature has a way of swallowing people, they said. Sometimes they don't want to be found. That last part stung. Anyone who knew my father knew how much he loved his family. He'd never just walk away. We kept going back. Weekends, holidays. That canyon became a second home I hated. We'd comb the same ravines, retrace old trails, even tried to think like him. Where would Dad go if he thought he had just one shot at a bull elk? But there was nothing. It was like the forest had erased him. 1 year later, almost to the day, we got the call. Another hunter had been passing through the area near our old base camp. He claimed a crow had followed him for nearly an hour, cawing loudly, diving low, circling, then retreating. always just ahead. He said it was uncanny, like the bird was trying to show him something. He finally followed it into a narrow stand of pine, only 50 yards from where our tents had stood the year before. That's where he found the remains. I visited the site myself. Nothing about it made sense. My father's skull and some bones were lying in a shallow dip in the earth, partially covered by pine needles. But what chilled me most were the belongings. His belt, boots, and jacket were arranged neatly beside the remains, not tossed or weather scattered, but laid out with a kind of deliberateness, like someone had undressed him post-mortem, folded the clothing and placed them respectfully by his side. The jacket was clean, too clean. It had been through a year of snow, rain, and rot, and yet it looked untouched. Same for the boots. No teeth marks, no mildew, no moss. Just clean, dry fabric and polished leather, like he'd slipped them off yesterday. I watched the sheriff's men pace in circles around the site, whispering. I remember the look on the FBI agent's face. He didn't even try to hide his confusion. One of them eventually muttered that maybe a tree had come down, hit him while he sat or stood there, but there was no fallen tree, no disturbed ground, no barked stumps, nothing broken or recently downed. The canopy above was intact. They listed the cause as accidental death, due to blunt force trauma from a fallen tree, and that was that. But even if a tree had somehow hit him, how do you explain the placement of the clothes? Who took them off and folded them like that? Why did it take an entire year for us to find him, only 50 yards from our own camp? We'd been through that stretch over and over. There's no way we would have missed him, unless he wasn't there until later. That thought still haunts me. I remember standing at that clearing, the wind shifting the trees just enough to let light fall across the bones. I tried to imagine what had happened. Did he sit down exhausted and never get up? Was someone or something watching him, helping him, hurting him? He'd taught us to stay calm, to trust logic, to respect nature. But there was nothing logical about this. People don't just vanish into a place they know like home, only to reappear a year later in plain sight, not with their belongings arranged like offerings. We buried him with military honors, the flag, the folded triangle, the taps, but there was no peace in it. My mother never stopped lighting a candle for him, and even now my brother won't go back to that canyon. Says the silence there feels different now, charged, heavy. He dreams of crows. As for me, I stopped hunting after that. I couldn't shoulder a rifle without seeing the tree trunks as walls, the branches as bars. Every sound in the woods felt loaded, too deliberate. There are moments when I wake up thinking I've heard his voice. Sometimes it's in the rustle of leaves, or the low groan of a bough shifting in the wind. I don't believe in ghosts, but I believe in echoes, and something about that canyon keeps repeating. There are no answers, only silence, neatly folded where a man once stood. The sun was high, and the air had that warm, pine-sweet sharpness that settles in the back of your throat when you're up in the mountains in summer. I remember the crunch of gravel under our boots, and the low chatter of the adults ahead. We were a big group, 2 or 3 families hiking together up a winding river trail, kids darting around in bursts of energy between tired trudging. I was 4, old enough to walk, but young enough to be invisible in a crowd like that. My uncle carried a bright red rucksack, and I remember staring at it like it was a lighthouse. It was always bobbing up the trail ahead, and I used it to stay close. But the group kept shifting, adults swapping places, kids running up or falling behind. At one point, someone called out that we should stop for water at the next bend. I must have looked down at the rocks near the river for just a moment too long. When I glanced back up, the red bag was gone. At first, I wasn't scared. I figured they were just around the corner. So I walked. The trail forked, left up the ridge, right following the river. And I remember standing there, tiny in the silence, trying to hear voices. Nothing. Just the soft rush of water and a crow somewhere above. I don't know how long I stood there before I picked a direction. I went up. I don't remember the climb clearly. bits and pieces like flashbulbs, moss slick underfoot, a branch snapping back against my chest, the strange metallic taste of air as the elevation rose. At some point, I sat down on a boulder, dizzy and tired, and I cried. The next part I only know because others told me. The adults realized I was missing maybe 10-15 minutes after the stop. When they doubled back, I was already gone. The dogs picked up my scent on the uphill trail, right to the fork where I had hesitated. Then nothing. The scent ended like it had been cut with a knife. They say a woman on a distant peak spotted a small child crying near a rock outcrop. The strange part? That mountain was 6 miles away, and 3,000 feet higher. She saw me, someone like me, just standing there in the sun, hands by my sides, sobbing into the wind. She waved. The boy turned, then he was gone behind the ridge. Search crews scrambled over that peak within the hour. Nothing. No tracks, no signs, not even a scuffed pine cone. The ground was hard, the trails narrow, the drop-off steep. A 4-year-old couldn't have made it there alone. Not without being seen, not without leaving something behind. For a while I thought maybe I did dream it, that somehow I curled up under a bush and slept through the panic. But I never remembered that. What I do remember clearly, even now, is the tree. It wasn't like the others. While most of the forest was dense with skinny pines and dry underbrush, this tree stood alone, wide and gnarled, roots like outstretched fingers clinging to the slope. I stopped there. My hands touched the bark. It was warm, almost pulsing. I don't remember climbing it, but somehow I was higher. Not in the tree, but above the trail, looking out. I saw peaks, sharp, jagged ones, farther than I should have been able to see. I don't know how long I was gone. When they found me, it wasn't on the mountain the woman had pointed to. It was back near the river, just off the trail, under a thicket of brambles that had been combed through a dozen times. I wasn't scratched. I wasn't dirty. My shoes were dry. I was curled up on a bed of leaves that looked undisturbed. The sun had dipped lower. Shadows were stretching. One of the searchers spotted a flash of red in my shirt and thought it was another false alarm. But then I moved. I sat up. I blinked into the light like I'd just woken from a nap. I didn't cry. I didn't say anything at first. They carried me back. All of them quiet, like I was a ghost that might disappear again if they made too much noise. I tried to tell my mother about the tree, about how it felt alive, how I looked out over the valley from somewhere too high. But she hushed me, held me close, cried into my hair. No one wanted the story. They wanted it to be a mistake, a momentary lapse that ended safely. But the woman, the one who saw the boy on the far peak, she came to visit once. She sat across from me at the table and looked at my face. "That was you," she said quietly. My mother shook her head. "It couldn't have been," she replied. "He was found hours before you said you saw him." The woman didn't argue. She just looked back at me. Her eyes were tired, like someone who'd glimpsed something she shouldn't have. Before she left, she said one last thing. The boy was crying, yes, but when he turned and saw me, he stopped, just stared, and his mouth moved like he was saying something I couldn't hear. I never found the tree again. We didn't hike there after that. No one wanted to. The forest felt different too. Big, too quiet, too full of things that didn't add up. My uncle threw out the red rucksack, said it gave him a bad feeling. Sometimes I dream about the moment before I turned back at the fork. I remember the wind picking up, the smell of stone and sun, and a long, low hum that didn't come from any bird or bug or branch. Like something old had taken a breath right next to me. And sometimes I still feel that warm bark on my fingers and see that view again. Peaks sharp as teeth, clouds so close they looked painted on, and the world rolling out below, impossibly far away. I used to tell people I wanted to write a book someday. A sports memoir, maybe. Something about the underdogs and the near misses. Those raw little dramas I spent years covering from behind a notepad. But August of '88 buried that dream under tree roots and stone. I haven't touched a draft since. Back then I was 34, freelancing for a regional sports magazine that paid in exposure in platitudes. I'd just wrapped a profile on a marathon runner in Missoula, Montana, and convinced myself that a solo hike up a nearby summit would help clear my head and maybe give me a strong hook for a personal essay. Something about endurance, solitude, man versus nature, all that. The mountain didn't have a name people used often, just a cold string of numbers and elevation stats. It wasn't on a brochure, no marked trails, no gift shop. Locals called it the Ridge, or that stretch past the Third Fork. I liked that. It felt untouched. It was late afternoon when I parked at a gravel turnout. The sun had already dipped low enough to drape the range in bronze. I had no map, no pack, no water, just a notebook jammed in my back pocket, and a stupid grin like I was chasing inspiration. I'd smoked half a cigarette before starting up. The rest crumpled into a beer can on the floorboard. At first the climb was manageable. Scrub pine and dry brush. The scent of sun-baked rock. My legs ached faster than I'd expected, lungs tighter than they should have been. I wasn't in shape. I lied to myself and said I'd stop once I hit a clearing or a good lookout point. Something worthy of a paragraph. After 30 minutes, I couldn't see the turnout below. The slope behind me had folded in with the rest of the ridgeline. Shadows multiplied fast in that kind of terrain. One moment you're squinting at a sunbeam. The next, everything around you has dulled to deep green and gray. And still I climbed. Another 10 minutes, maybe 15. I crested what I thought was the summit. It wasn't. Just a false peak. Nothing up there but lichen-covered stone. And a view of more ridge pushing higher, darker, tree-thick, and uneven. I should have turned back. That thought landed like a whisper, low and rational, just beneath my rising pulse. But I didn't. I pressed on. When I finally admitted I was lost, I was standing beside a gully full of broken limbs and runoff. The wind had shifted. No more bird song, no hum of insects. Just wind through pine, distant and hollow. I looked back the way I'd come, but the slope had changed. Everything was a duplicate of what I'd already seen. I didn't panic. Not at first. I'd been cocky, sure, but I wasn't stupid. I tried to retrace my steps, marking certain rocks with scuffs from my sneakers, breaking twigs to leave a sign, but it didn't help. I'd go 10 steps and the landscape folded in on itself again, closing like pages in a book. By nightfall, I'd given up trying to descend. I found a boulder with a dry patch of dirt, and sat there, arms wrapped around my knees, listening. Every so often I shouted. Short bursts. Name, rank, and serial number stuff, as if someone might be hiking nearby and hear me. The stars came out, cold and clean above the jagged horizon. My breath misted. I didn't sleep. Morning brought no clarity. Just light, bleached and thin, casting unfamiliar shapes from familiar stones. I kept walking, legs raw, tongue dry. My notebook had fallen out somewhere. I didn't care. By midday, I stumbled into a clearing. Nothing more than a flattened patch surrounded by broken logs and thorn brush. I don't remember sitting, but I must have. Hours passed. At one point, I thought I heard an engine low droning, maybe a plane. I stood and waved, but the sound faded, muffled by treetops or distance, or maybe just my own desperation. Later, I learned a search plane really had flown overhead. It never returned, went down hard in the next valley. One man died. They said the crash was due to sudden weather changes, a down current the pilot didn't anticipate. The news ran a single paragraph on page 7. I still have it clipped. Eventually, I wandered downhill. Though I had no sense of direction, I found water, a thin trickle across shale, and drank until my gut cramped. At dusk, I screamed again, not for help, just to make a sound bigger than my thoughts. I don't remember the rescue. They told me it was day 4 when a volunteer search party found me. I was 2 ridges west of where they'd started looking. No jacket, shoes torn, 1 foot infected. I had a fever. I was mumbling something about watchers in the stone, though I don't remember that part. The man who died in the crash, his name was Eric Keenan, 38, father of 2. I found his obituary weeks later. I tried to write something in his memory, some kind of tribute to the people who searched, who braved that terrain to find someone like me, someone too proud and stupid to pack a canteen, but I couldn't. I couldn't. I cannot lie up my cannot laugh. I couldn't get Yarth out of me till this for to leave. Every time I tried, the words turned brittle, forced. I'd start writing about the ridge, about what it felt like to stand alone out there and something would sour in my stomach. I'd see the clearing again, not the one with the thorn brush, another one, further up, a circle of stone, half sunk and ringed with charred wood. I never told anyone about that. There was no trail, no cairns, no markers. The ridge didn't want to be mapped. That's what I tell myself now. Some places don't care if you vanish. Sometimes I dream I'm still out there. I wake up tasting pine sap, jaw clenched, heart pounding like I'm sprinting through gravel. And sometimes I hear that plane again, low and steady, getting louder, then gone, always gone. The wind changed just after noon, a sharp cut of alpine air that snapped the sweat on my back into something freezing. I remember the sting of it, how quickly warmth could vanish at 14,000 feet. We had been climbing since early morning, me and Monica making good time, or so we thought. The trail was thin near the top, a ribbon of dirt and broken stone that clung to the side of the mountain. Below, the valley dipped out of sight, swallowed by trees, cloud shadows crawling slow over the peaks across from us. My legs were trembling. I told myself it was just exertion, not fear. But the truth is, I'd felt something shift in me hours ago. Maybe the elevation was getting to me. Maybe it was just the scale of everything. It's hard to describe unless you've been that high up. The way the sky presses down and the land falls away and you feel like you've stepped out of the world entirely. Monica was ahead, not by much, but enough to be out of reach when I called out that I needed to stop. She doubled back, brows drawn, breathing hard but steady. She always handled the climb better than I did. Stronger legs, better pacing. I had 2 kids at home and less time for training. I'd pushed myself too hard, trying to keep up. Now I was lightheaded, dry-mouthed, and there was a growing pressure in my temples. I waved her off, told her I just needed a few minutes to hydrate and catch my breath. She hesitated. We were maybe 30 minutes from the summit, depending on conditions. Go, I said, forcing a smile. You'll regret it if you don't. I'll wait right here. She looked around. The wind kicked dust across the trail. There was a small outcrop just above us, with a flat patch of rock. I pointed. There, I'll rest in the sun. Go get your view. It was only meant to be a short split. 20 minutes, maybe less. We both knew the rule. Don't separate. But sometimes rules bend under good intentions. I wasn't in trouble, not yet. Just tired. Just dehydrated. She gave me her spare water bottle before she went. I watched her climb until she rounded a corner and disappeared behind the ridge. I sat down on the rock, the warmth of it soaking into my pants, and tilted my head back. The sun was sharp, even with the wind. My breath slowed. I drank. I waited. Time moved strangely. There's no phone reception up there, no sounds of civilization, just the scrape of wind and the occasional bird call, the kind that echoes off stone in a way that makes it feel closer than it is. I counted deep breaths to settle myself. I tracked cloud movement. I might have dozed. I'm not sure. But when I opened my eyes again, the sun had shifted. It couldn't have been more than 30 minutes. I stood up, or tried to. My legs wobbled, knees shaky. The dizziness came back harder. I sat again and pressed my palms to my thighs until the world steadied. That's when I heard the rocks, footsteps, quick, deliberate, coming down the trail from the summit. I assumed it was Monica, back from her push. But when I looked, there was no one. The sound stopped. I waited, called her name once, then louder. Nothing. The trail was narrow but visible for a good stretch. I leaned out, cautious of the drop, and scanned for movement. Empty. The air felt different now. Thinner, like something had been sucked out of it. I didn't hear the birds anymore, just the wind, and even that seemed quieter. I rubbed my arms and realized I was sweating despite the chill. I stood again, this time successfully, and made my way a few yards down the trail in the direction Monica had gone. I still didn't see her. I debated continuing, but thought better of it. If she came back and I wasn't at our agreed spot, we'd both be searching. So I turned around. The rock I'd been sitting on was gone. That's not possible, I remember thinking. I retraced my steps. The outcrop, the view, the surrounding stones, all were unfamiliar. I looked behind me, ahead, all around. I had not moved far enough for the geography to change this much, and yet it had. There were no landmarks I recognized, just a stretch of exposed trail that twisted and dropped in directions I didn't recall. I spun, panic prickling now. I shouted her name again, louder. My voice bounced back hollow. I started walking. I don't know how long enough for the shadows to lengthen. I expected to find the main trail, the spot we'd stopped earlier, something familiar, but everything looked the same. Dry gray stone, tufts of grass, a horizon of jagged shapes. I felt like I was circling inside a loop that didn't want to end. Eventually I sat again, heart hammering. I drank more water, told myself I had altitude sickness, that my mind was distorting things. I tried to retrace my mental map of the trail. I knew we hadn't left the main path. There were no offshoots, nothing to lead me away, and yet somehow I wasn't where I was supposed to be. It was over an hour before I heard voices. 2 hikers, a couple, came up the trail from below. I practically ran at them. They were startled at first, but kind. They hadn't seen Monica, hadn't passed anyone. They helped me backtrack, but the spot I described where we'd separated never appeared. They stayed with me until we made it back to the trailhead. Hours later, there was no sign of Monica. By the time the search started the next morning, weather had shifted, clouds rolled in, helicopters scanned the ridges, teams combed every route. For a full week they searched. Nothing, not a footprint, not a piece of clothing, not even a dropped bottle. Her pack should have had a bright orange tag on it. Nothing that visible goes unnoticed up there. But it was like she'd evaporated. I gave them everything I had. The time we separated, the coordinates, as best as I could guess, what she was wearing, what she'd eaten that morning, her habits on trail, her mental state. They asked again and again, subtly at first, then more directly, was there any reason she'd want to disappear? Any problems at home? And I told them the truth. Monica was a mother. She loved the mountains, yes, but she loved her kids more. She would never have left them. Still, they labeled it an unresolved disappearance. No foul play, no evidence of animal activity, accident, or fall. Just a vanished woman, last seen under a clear sky on a marked trail, in daylight, for months. I thought I would remember something, some clue I'd missed, a sound, a shift in air, anything. But there was nothing. I returned to that mountain a year later. Not to hike, just to stand at the base and look up. It felt smaller somehow, like it had grown distant. The trail had changed, or maybe I had. The rangers warned me not to go alone. I didn't plan to. I only stayed an hour, watching the ridges, listening to the wind. Somewhere above me, Monica had taken her last step. Or not. Maybe she's still up there, in a pocket of land that doesn't follow the same rules. Maybe she turned a corner and kept walking, thinking I was just behind her. Maybe she's still waiting for me to catch up. The air felt thinner that morning, crisp in a way that made every breath sting just a little going in. I remember thinking it was perfect weather for it. Clear skies, low wind, the kind of day you hope for when planning a winter splitboarding trip in the Colorado backcountry. The snow had settled into a powdery crust, and the peaks above Monarch Pass glowed pink-orange in the sunrise. I'd done this route before, or variations of it enough times to know what I was getting into. Or so I thought. We were a small group of 4, all experienced and all with different reasons for being there. My reason was simple. I needed the quiet. Hospital life had been grinding me down. A solid week of surgeries, one patient after another coded on my watch. And then there was the internal pressure, every mistake, every almost piling up. So I said yes to the trip without hesitation. Maybe too quickly. Maybe I'd been looking for something I didn't want to find. We started together that morning, but I moved faster. I always did. Something about the rhythm of it, the mechanical climb skin step, made my thoughts fall into place. The others kept to a more relaxed pace, stopping every so often to check maps or catch their breath. I kept going. It wasn't arrogance, it was instinct. I told them I'd wait at the ridge point, just above the tree line. We all had radios. I had my phone and my GPS beacon, fully charged, all functioning. They never saw me again. I remember cresting that ridge, expecting to see the vast basin open up below me, maybe catch a glimpse of elk tracks in the open snowfield. Instead, I just felt pressure, a heaviness in the air, not altitude sickness. I'm too used to that. Something else, like the atmosphere had thickened somehow. It made my ears ring, like stepping into a pressurized chamber. I took off my gloves to adjust my beacon. That's the last moment I remember clearly. They said later that no tracks veered from the main trail. That's what baffled them. The group reached the ridge maybe 30 minutes after me. My prints were there, ending near a wind-scoured patch where the snow had crusted hard. No sign of a fall, no drag marks, no trail peeling off to the side, just nothing. And then I was gone for 5 days. Except I wasn't unconscious the whole time. That's the part that still twists in my chest when I think about it. There are images scattered out of order, like photographs caught in a storm. I remember walking, a lot of walking. Trees giving way to cliffs, then more trees, no path, no clear direction. But the worst part was how silent it all felt. Not peaceful, not like the calm I'd come looking for. This was a vacuum, a kind of absence that pressed in on my ears. I would have killed for the sound of a jay, or the creak of a pine. I had my GPS with me. I remember looking at it. I remember seeing my position miles from where I should have been. And then, for reasons I still can't explain, tucking it back into my jacket and continuing on foot. I didn't use the SOS. I didn't even check my phone. And I don't know why. My boots were gone by the second night. That's not a metaphor, they were just not on me when I woke up. Same with my gloves. No frostbite, somehow, just raw skin, cracked and dry. My outer shell was torn at the side, like I'd snagged it on something sharp and kept going. And still I kept walking. They found me at the base of a frozen waterfall nearly 14 miles from where I'd disappeared. The terrain between the ridge and that fall isn't just rugged, it's hellish. No sane person tries to cross it in winter. Jagged outcrops, snowdrifts deep enough to swallow a man, and worst of all, steep gullies of ice that can drop 50 feet without warning. They'd already searched the area once. Nothing. Then 5 days in, there I was, body broken, face down in the snow. The trauma was severe. Pelvis shattered, multiple rib fractures, one lung collapsed, but no external bleeding, no head wound, like I'd been crushed by weight, but not struck. And the GPS? Still zipped in my inner pocket. Battery half full. Not a single outgoing signal. One of the search and rescue volunteers told my friend quietly, off the record, that they'd never seen anything like it. That stretch of land where they found me had been covered on day 2. Not just a cursory flyover. They'd put boots on the ground, a K-19, and nothing. No sign, no scent trail. Then I was just there. I wish I could say I remember the fall, or that it was some lapse of judgment, some moment where I slipped and took a bad route. But I don't. My last memory before waking in a Denver ICU is of standing in a dense pine grove, staring at something white hanging from a tree limb, twisting in the wind. I thought it was snow-matted moss at first, but it wasn't. It was fabric, like a strip of shirt or maybe bandage gauze, swaying left to right, right to left. I stood there a long time. I don't know if it was mine. People have theories: hypothermia-induced psychosis, head trauma, a fugue state. Maybe I had a stroke and wandered until my body gave out. I'm a doctor, and I still can't make any of those fit with what I felt. Because there was no panic, no disorientation. I knew I was lost, and I didn't care. The dream started a few months after discharge. Always the same. The crunch of ice under bare feet, the trees crowding in, too dense, too still, and that waterfall standing frozen like a cathedral wall. Sometimes in the dream I reach it again, and there's something behind the ice, a shape, a dark silhouette that shifts just slightly as I approach, watching me from the other side. I haven't been back since. The others still bored, still plan winter trips. They invite me sometimes out of politeness, maybe habit. I always say no. Not because I'm afraid of the snow or the cold or even the mountains. I'm afraid of what I did when I was alone out there. Because nothing about it makes sense. Not my choices, not my silence, not the distance I covered, and certainly not the moment I tucked the GPS back into my coat and walked away from safety. People don't just forget to survive. They don't just stop trying. Not unless something tells them to. Not unless something out there makes surrender feel like the only option. The funny thing is, I've seen death. I've seen what the body looks like when it gives up. Mine didn't. Even with broken bones, I must have crawled that last stretch, through snow and ice, with bare feet, towards something, or away from something. I just wish I could remember which. The air was cool that morning, fresher than usual, with that crispness that only settles in remote places where concrete hasn't yet killed the silence. I remember the light filtering through the trees, long shadows stretching across the rocky ground, morning sun catching the dew on pine needles. It was the kind of morning that makes you think nothing bad can happen. We were at a campsite up in the mountains, way off the beaten path, near a narrow winding river that you could barely hear unless you stood right on its edge. My brother and his wife had brought their 2-year-old son, and I came along with my own kid and a friend I'd known since high school. It was meant to be a quiet weekend, just some family time. No cell signal, no distractions. The boy was a curious little thing. His name was Milo. He was walking and talking enough to get himself into trouble, but not quite old enough to understand the dangers waiting just beyond his reach. That morning he was full of energy, bouncing between his dad, his mom, and me as we set up breakfast. His grandfather, my dad, was stationed by the fire ring, fiddling with the camp kettle and trying to keep the flames alive. Milo had been hanging onto his mom's leg one moment, and the next, he toddled off toward my dad, maybe 15 feet away. I remember watching him go, those tiny steps, his arms out slightly for balance. It wasn't even a question of supervision. He was right there between the adults. My dad looked up and smiled as Milo approached, then glanced down for just a moment, probably to stir the coals or reposition a log. When he looked up again, Milo wasn't there. "Where's the kid?" he called over. My sister-in-law looked up, confused. I turned my head toward where Milo had been walking, and saw nothing but pine needles and dirt. I thought he must have veered off to the left, maybe chasing a beetle or some other crawling thing. I stepped past the fire pit and called his name, just loud enough to echo a little through the trees. No answer. We fanned out. At first just walking, then jogging, calling, whistling. I checked the edges of the camp, the nearby thickets, under the picnic table, behind the truck. Nothing. Not even the sound of movement. Just stillness. A quiet so total it started to feel aggressive. The river was only about 30 yards from camp. A narrow, fast-moving current that looked shallow but had pockets of deeper water undercut by the bank. We rushed over, hearts pounding, but the water was clear. No sign of disturbed mud, no small shoes half submerged on the rocks. I ran along the bank in both directions, pushing through branches, calling for him until my throat was raw. By the time an hour had passed, we knew something was wrong. Really wrong. We stopped pretending he'd wandered just out of sight. The area wasn't that big. A 2-year-old doesn't cover miles of terrain in a few minutes. Not without sound. not without leaving a trace. We called for help. The friend who came with us had to drive over 5 miles down the mountain before he found enough signal to make the call. The rest of us kept searching, our voices getting louder and more frantic. We were stumbling over rocks and roots, digging through brush with our bare hands, yelling into every hollow, every tree-lined gully. When the search and rescue team showed up, they brought dogs, heat sensors, drones. I stood back as the professionals did what they were trained to do, grateful and numb. The dogs circled our camp, then froze. No scent trail, no reaction. It was as if Milo had never been there at all. They scanned the woods with thermal imaging, even brought in a helicopter that circled overhead for hours. Nothing. Not a single heat signature, not a cry, not a rustle, no broken twigs, no footprints, no trace. The oddest part was that the dogs never picked up a trail from the fire ring where he was last seen. Barely a few steps from his grandfather, there should have been something. A footprint in the soft dirt. A smell. Anything. People started talking about wild animals. A mountain lion, maybe. A bear. But there would have been signs. Struggle. Blood. Sounds. And someone would have seen it. He was right there in plain view. My dad was watching him. Watching. I remember the look on his face as the hours dragged on. His expression went blank, like someone had flipped a switch inside him. He just kept repeating. He was there. He made it to me. I saw him. The sun sank low that first night. The woods became a wall of black, and the temperature dropped fast. Searchers stayed out with headlamps, reflective gear, calling Milo's name every few minutes. We stayed at camp in case he found his way back, in case he was cold and scared, and just needed the lights to guide him. But nothing happened. Not that night, or the next, or the one after. By the third day, the mood changed. It wasn't just search and rescue anymore. There were deputies, investigators, people whispering about custody arrangements, drug tests, child services. We cooperated with everything. They searched our cars, our bags, interviewed each of us separately, but no one found anything. No evidence of foul play. No evidence of anything really. At some point during the second day, I walked a little farther out than before, just a slow, aimless drift beyond where the dogs had gone, past the sweep lines. I followed a narrow game trail through the trees until I found a low ridge overlooking the river. The ground there was undisturbed. No branches snapped, but something about the silence felt wrong, like the forest was holding its breath. I stood there for a while, straining to hear any sound, running water, birds, wind, but it was just quiet. Too quiet. People talk about nature being peaceful. That day it felt predatory. After a week, the official search scaled back. They said it wasn't likely he'd be found alive, considering his age, the temperatures, and the terrain. But we kept looking. My dad stayed out for 2 more weeks, walking the same trails again and again, talking to the trees like they owed him an answer. I don't think he ever forgave himself. Not because he let Milo out of sight. There wasn't even time to intervene, but because he couldn't understand what had happened. He saw the boy arrive. He watched him. Then he was gone. It doesn't make sense. I still go back to that spot sometimes. Not often. Just when I need to remember what the world is capable of. There's a marker there now, nailed to a tree, a small wooden sign with Milo's name on it and the date he vanished. Nothing else. People have theories. Some say he fell into a hidden ravine or got swept away under the riverbank. Others think he was taken by a stranger, an animal, something else. But we were watching, all of us. He wasn't alone. He wasn't even out of reach. The hardest part is the lack of noise. No cry, no rustle, no sign of fear, just absence. Sometimes I dream about it. In the dream, I see him walking, just like he did that morning. His little shoes crunching the pine needles, hands out for balance. But when he reaches the fire pit, he doesn't stop. He keeps walking into the trees, into the quiet, and no one follows. I always wake up before he disappears. Always right before that final step. They say time heals, but it doesn't. It just piles other memories on top until you forget which ones are real. I still see that light coming through the trees. I still hear the snap of the fire. And sometimes in the quiet, I think I hear footsteps behind me, but when I turn around, there's nothing there. I still don't understand how I got there. I've gone over it again and again how a normal ski trip turned into a 6-day blank. I try to connect the dots, but the dots won't stay still. It started simple. I was with a group of friends at Whiteface Mountain in New York, a late February trip we'd been planning since the holidays. The weather was decent, a low haze but no wind, not too cold. We were staying in a rental near the base, just a bunch of old college buddies with nothing to prove on the slopes. I wasn't even pushing it, just enjoying the last runs of the day. We were getting ready to call it, when I decided to go back up for one last solo run. The others were already packing up gear in the lot, and I told them not to wait. I even remember the exact words I used. Just one more, quick and easy. I waved and headed back to the lift. That's the last thing I remember from the mountain. They told me the search started within hours. When I didn't show up at the lodge, my friends waited an hour, then 2. They called my wife, and by the next morning, local authorities were involved. Rescue crews, ski patrol, volunteers. They searched for days. 130 people combing the trails, the woods, even the frozen creek beds. Helicopters, dogs, heat sensors, nothing. Meanwhile, I was gone, not hiding, just absent. Lost in a way that doesn't make sense even now. When I finally came back into the world, it was 6 days later, and I was standing in a rental car depot at the Sacramento airport in California, still in my ski clothes, black jacket, bright red pants, gloves clipped to the zipper. I had a new haircut, a cheap buzz cut, uneven along the neckline, and a different phone in my hand. Not my phone, a basic flip model I didn't recognize. I remember staring at the floor tiles. I was standing on the gray line that marked the exit lane. A man behind the counter was asking me something about a reservation. His voice was echoing strangely, like it was coming from the far end of a tunnel. My legs were sore. My mouth tasted like I hadn't brushed in days. I didn't know what day it was. I remember looking at my reflection in the glass wall behind the counter. I looked pale, thinner maybe, and older somehow, like the version of me in that reflection had lived a different week than the one I remembered. The clerk must have thought I was high, or mentally unwell. He kept asking if I was okay. I didn't know what to say, so I pulled out the flip phone and dialed the only number I could think of. My wife's. I don't remember the call itself. I've asked her since what I said, and she always answers the same way. You sounded like someone who'd just woken up underwater. She said I was slurring, confused, asking where I was. I told her I was in California, and then I started crying. That's when she called the police. Paramedics came and took me to a hospital nearby. I wasn't injured, but they ran tests. CT scans, toxicology, everything came back normal. No drugs, no head trauma, no signs of exposure. I wasn't dehydrated, just gone and back. They flew me home a few days later, and that should have been the end of it. But it wasn't. It still isn't. The part that haunts me isn't the lost time. It's the missing reasons. How did I get from a snow-covered mountain in upstate New York to an airport in California? I didn't have my passport, no plane tickets in my name. I didn't own a car that could make that drive. And then there's the haircut. It wasn't clean. There were patches that looked scissored, not clipped, uneven spots above the ears, as if whoever cut it had been in a hurry or didn't know what they were doing. I've asked barbers since if it looked professional. They always shake their heads. My original phone was never recovered. Neither was my wallet. The rental place said I hadn't made a reservation, hadn't rented anything. I just walked in wearing ski boots and asked for a car. They didn't give me one. I guess I didn't have any ID. There were no scratches on me, no bruises, just a sore hip and a strange tenderness in my left ankle. like I'd been walking a long distance on uneven ground. I didn't have a sunburn or tan that would suggest outdoor exposure. Somebody, somewhere, must have seen me during those 6 days. There's no way I crossed the country unseen. That no footage ever surfaced. No ATM logs, no traffic cams, no toll records with my name or face. Police checked. My friends didn't know what to make of it. Some joked about it in the weeks that followed, like maybe I'd had a breakdown and was too embarrassed to say. Others thought it was something more serious, neurological maybe, but no diagnosis ever came. I saw specialists, neurologists, psychologists. Everyone shrugged. I've read about dissociative fugue states, cases where people vanish, assume new identities for days or weeks. But even those cases usually involve some kind of trigger, a trauma, a loss, a crisis. I had none of that. I wasn't under stress. My marriage was solid. My job was fine. No secrets, no signs. It's not just that I don't remember what happened. It's that my body didn't seem to go through what it should have. No travel grime. No fatigue consistent with a cross-country trip. Even my clothes were clean, relatively speaking. Not torn, not muddied. As if I'd stepped into one place and out of another. Sometimes I have flashes. Smells. Mostly. The scent of gasoline in a closed space. Cheap pine air freshener. The kind you find in cabs or older rental sedans. Once I woke up with the taste of oranges in my mouth. Just a flicker. Gone in a second. No dreams attached. My wife says I talk in my sleep now. Nothing coherent. Just mumbles and sudden intakes of breath, like I'm surfacing from deep water. She doesn't bring it up much anymore, but I can tell it worries her. I haven't gone skiing since. I think about it sometimes, how it felt to carve down a slope alone, the quiet hiss of powder under my skis, but I can't bring myself to go. Not because I'm afraid of disappearing again, because I'm afraid I won't. The strangest part is the sense of motion I sometimes get now. When I'm standing still, like there's a tug behind my ribs, angled west. I feel it most in crowded places. Airports, train stations, parking garages. My chest gets tight. Not fear exactly, just the weight of something unfinished. I've told this story a few times. To doctors, friends, even a podcaster once. People lean in, fascinated, they want a twist, a theory, a resolution. I don't have one. All I have is a broken week, a haircut I didn't ask for, and a line of footprints that ends at the edge of the woods. It was supposed to be a quiet afternoon, the kind I'd learned to cherish in the final chapters of life. The sun filtered softly through the towering ponderosas, casting long bands of golden shadow across the loose rock and earth. I could smell pine sap, dry soil, and the distant mineral sting of something older in the air. Gem-bearing rock, perhaps, if we were lucky. My legs weren't what they used to be. Hell, my whole body was a rusted gate, creaking with each move, needing leverage or assistance to go anywhere at all. That's why we chose this spot. Remote? Yes, but not unreachable. I had my stool and walking sticks, and more importantly, I had Carl. Carl had been my friend for years. Part-time rockhound, full-time talker. He did most of the hauling, the chipping, the climbing. I mostly pointed, asked questions, and thumbed through the little geological guides I kept in my shoulder bag. The arthritis had settled in long ago, a guest who'd overstayed its welcome. Walking more than a few yards without help was out of the question. That day, Carl helped me settle into a shallow ditch along the base of a slope. The stones here were loose and slate-colored, fractured by years of frost and heat. I'd noticed flecks of smoky quartz poking through the dirt, and called it a good place to dig. Carl agreed, then said he'd go back to the truck, 150 yards back to clean our tools and refill our thermos. I nodded. It was warm but not punishing. The forest was quiet in that particular way. National forests are, alive with tiny sounds but empty of people, just the wind teasing the treetops, and the occasional bird punctuating the hush. He left. I remember watching him crest the low hill, tools clanking in his hand, his flannel shirt flashing red through the trees. 10 minutes, he'd said. Maybe 15. I checked my watch and tucked it back into my vest pocket. Then, nothing. I just sat there, brushing dirt from between rocks, moving a little at a time. My knees ached, my back groaned, but the sun was gentle, and the work kept my mind loose. It was a kind of prayer, in a way, something to do with my hands while my thoughts wandered over scripture, entropy, and the bones of the earth. 10 minutes later, Carl came back, but I wasn't there. Or rather, he says I wasn't. No stool, no bag, no trace, just a half-dug patch of dirt and silence. At first, he thought I'd tried to relieve myself behind the nearby rocks, or maybe shifted to a shadier spot. He called my name, walked in widening loops, but the terrain was steep, scattered with jagged inclines and broken stone. I couldn't have gone far, not without help, not without screaming from the pain, but there was no sound. He checked the path back to the truck. Nothing. Checked downslope toward the dried-up creek bed. Nothing. Then panic set in. He called the Forest Service with the radio we kept in the glove box. By late afternoon, rangers had arrived. By nightfall, so had the county. And by the next morning, search and rescue teams with dogs, drones, and grid maps were combing every inch of the basin. But I was gone. Completely. The site where I'd been sitting showed no signs of struggle, no drag marks, no footprints leading away, not even mine. The stool was gone, the bag, the digging tools, as if the air had swallowed me whole. They searched for 5 days, brought in choppers, infrared, everything. They even brought in a psychic, unofficially. She said something about a thinning, and no one listened after that. Carl was a mess. He gave statement after statement, each time more frayed. He couldn't walk. He kept saying he couldn't even get up without me. Eventually they had to call it. There were no signs of foul play, no blood, no clothing scraps, no wildlife disturbances. It didn't make sense, and so I became a name in a file, a photograph on a missing persons report. The story might have stayed that way, another backwoods mystery. Old man vanishes in the forest. If it weren't for the documentary, 30 years later, a film crew doing a series on unexplained disappearances interviewed Carl. He was in his late 70s then, slower and quieter, but he remembered everything. The date, the time, the light, the way he felt something was off, even before he saw the empty patch of ground. That episode aired in late spring, and after it did, something strange happened. People started calling the sheriff's department with tips. Not useful ones, just odd ones. Someone claimed they saw an old man in a threadbare vest wandering along a service road 50 miles north, muttering about the hinge. A hiker reported seeing a crumpled camp stool balanced in a tree like a bird's nest. A child drew a picture of a man floating, not flying, just hanging in midair, above a dig site that looked a lot like where we'd been. None of it led anywhere. I suppose that's the thing about stories like this. They ferment. They grow wild shoots. People fill in what they can't bear to leave blank. But here's the part no one knows. I came back. I mean, not right away. Not to the dig site, and not all at once. 2 years after the disappearance, Carl's wife answered a knock at their door. A brown envelope. No sender. Inside were 3 things. My wristwatch, a scrap of canvas torn from my bag, and a single smoky quartz crystal, unremarkable, except that it had my name scratched faintly into one flat face. Carl kept that to himself. Never told the cops. Said it felt private. He brought the items to the forest and buried them where I'd vanished. He swore he could hear someone moving in the underbrush that day, just out of sight, breathing, maybe. The sound of someone shifting their weight. Now the truth. I remember being there. I remember brushing dirt aside, squinting at the sun, thinking about a passage from Ecclesiastes. Then I felt cold. Not air cold. Deeper. Like my blood had retreated. Everything slowed. The wind stopped. The birds stopped. Even the light seemed to freeze mid-flicker. as if the forest had been paused. Then I was somewhere else. Not a place exactly, more like a fold, a crease between pages. The sky wasn't sky. The trees weren't trees. Everything was the same shape but wrong, too symmetrical, or not enough. Sounds echoed before they happened. Shadows moved sideways. There were others. Not people. Not animals. I felt watched, but not threatened. And I wasn't alone. I saw other things, other people maybe, all moving slowly, faces blurred or wrapped in light. One of them held a bag that looked like mine. Time didn't work there. And I was gone for minutes or years. I couldn't tell, but I learned something in that place. Not facts, not answers, just awareness. Eventually I was back. Not in the forest. Not even in my body at first. I returned like mist condensing on a window, patch by patch, until one day I woke up in a long-term care home in a neighboring state. No ID, no records, just a name I remembered but didn't speak. They said I'd been dropped off by an unmarked vehicle. Silent man, no face remembered, surveillance footage corrupted. The staff assumed I had dementia, but I remembered everything. And I waited. Carl died in 2017. I saw it in the paper. After that, I started walking, slowly, always with a cane, never far from the tray line. I don't think I was taken. I think I fell, or was folded. I think that place is always there, waiting. Not malicious, but not benign either, just waiting. And I think it watches the weak places, the hinges, the quiet afternoons where no one's looking, where no one should be able to leave but still do. I haven't gone back to that spot, but sometimes, when the air goes still and the sun hits just right, I feel the cold again, and I wonder if I ever really left that place, or if part of me stayed behind, kneeling in the dirt, brushing dust from a half-buried stone, looking up at the trees that no longer sway in the wind.